There's a lady that's currently facilitating that session, and we have various other hubs that are joining us then across South Africa. I will not go into detail to introducing all of them. We'll engage with them and then to find out who they are. I think just to get started, our request, and we have various other following the video. We'll then invite the CEO of SIPA and Professor to join us. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. I just had a small correction and apology that I'd like to make to SAGFI, which is the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. I'm still having a whole CEDA, and then I'm still going with that, with that token. But I'd like to invite you, Mr. Butler, to come up with Mr. Vantage to take us through this collaboration, what it means, and what is Tech Credit Financing. Thank you. Just a side note for those joining online, the audio will get your comment. There was only just music, so you did not miss by not hearing the music. There was no in terms of the voice that you didn't get. Thank you.
Yeah, that's just one. Yep. Good afternoon, already. Yes, yes. Start with yes, but yeah. Thank you everyone for coming to this event.
And this is the launch of the Tech Credit Fund. And I have here Mr. Kosi from the CEO of SEDFA. And I'd like to do a short introduction about him, and then we kind of take it forward.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. I see everyone on the chairs of the boards. My chairperson is also here. The chairperson, Solomon is also here. And our board members, colleagues, all the guests invited. Good afternoon. It's a very, very formal launch. I don't know, maybe the tech space people are very, very formal. They don't need to place a pen or clubs. Okay, but we're hoping to make the impact that we need to make. Fund to, fund it, SPs, at large, throughout the country, sure that that connection, divide, is reduced to a great extent. We are indeed self-bound, correcting. We are an entity that comprises of former CIPA, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, the former SIDA, the Small Enterprise Development Agency, and the Communities Bank institution which has created this monster called Central. And so we're here today to start and support this work and hoping to grow this space and this market.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this collaboration. And just to kind of introduce myself, so I'm Pramod Venkatesh, the CEO of Solomon Capital, who is also the backer for this Tech Credit Fund along with SEDFA. And today what we want to do is just to kind of walk between ourselves, kind of overview of what we are trying to launch. And that is fundamentally in terms of how we are planning to actually bring this new Tech Credit Fund specifically focused on empowering internet service providers and fiber network operators in South Africa. So if you saw the video which we played, one of the key things what comes out is South Africa is actually leading in a lot of digital initiatives, right? But unfortunately, there's a lot of things that are still left hanging. And we hope to kind of solve this using our platforms, which we are trying to do over here. So what we'll try to do is, because the presentation is coming on the screen there, we can probably step down and look at the presentation.
So just to tell you that someone, my executive for ecosystem chased away from the said I must open to the stage. I tried to explain the presentation issue. She said, no, go back. So I listened,
So just to kind of walk through in terms of where we currently are. So today, one of the main issues we currently face is we see the current way in which our cell phone networks and the mobile networks are present. We see total of only 36% of rural broadband happening, rural households are in broadband, and 22 million South Africans still remain offline. So one of the most important aspects what we are trying to do is to bridge the urban gap and the rural penetration, right? And this is extremely important because if you look at it, the education, the healthcare, the IT, and today with the advent of artificial intelligence, it is very important that people have access to connectivity. And without this access, people get left behind. And that is what we are trying to solve with this fund.
Yeah, thank you. Basically, we all know, we only need to explain to ourselves on how big the gap is and how big the connectivity gap is between the urban, the township and the rural communities. And we are really hoping that this is the beginning, of great things. If you look at it, it's a very big market that's moving to service. And we're having a conversation with Jefferson, on Tuesday around, this issue of, that somebody needs to accept that we still have a long way to go in just the gap, 60 million people that are in township areas that really needs to be connected, and most of them you find that each and every day they buy data and all the stuff for them. But there is a big gap of these of the customers in the space that are not connected. When looking at that market, something we're talking about just over another period, in terms of the market and how the township or great stuff, how the township economy is growing, and it's growing at a very rapid pace, and we need to support that economy through making sure that there's connection. I mean, if you look at what this work would unlock, from the different industries, we talk about education, we're dealing with the 0.5 billion learners still that needs online connection for them to be able to do their work. And we all know how that is different in terms of the requirement for them to access to digital access. I mean, if you talk to township entrepreneurs, they will all tell you that they believe that connectivity is a hindrance in their businesses growing, because currently nowadays we can never grow a business if you're not connected. There's a lot of customers that you can get, that you can interact with on a daily basis if you are connected, and that is something that we're looking also to bridge the gap through this fund.
So one of the key things is the question asked is what is exactly the credit fund, right? And one of the most important aspect what we're trying to do is basically to bridge the black-on ISPs and internet, and basically bridge the South Africa's rural divide. And what the core impact areas we are trying to look at is basically digital inclusion. We are looking at economic growth and innovation, right? And this is extremely important because when we are trying to address the different needs and capabilities of various funding opportunities, what we try to identify is a lot of internet service providers who are basically serving in these underserved communities are struggling to expand the network. And the biggest aspect is when they want to set up the network or try to want to build a new network, the amount of capital which they require is quite high. And that is, in any networking opportunity, that is one of the most important aspects, which is very hard to get. And when these folks start going to the traditional mechanisms such as banks and all of them, it's very hard for them to get this because one, banks also look at this as a very high risk, instrument, and then or they might charge them very high interest rates, which then kind of defeats the entire purpose. So the objective for us was to say, how do we come together? And that's why we kind of partnered with Cypher to say, how do we take this opportunity to starting up of ISPs and township rural broadband connectivity providers, where we can actually provide them affordable capital for them to be able to roll out the network. So if they are able to get affordable capital from us, then that cost savings which they get will be passed on to the consumers, who obviously cannot afford very expensive data, which is currently the status where what they're trying to offer. So the target partners for us is obviously we're looking at Blackmore or disadvantaged ISPs, and that is where the target partners are. We're looking at folks who are rolling out fiber network in all of these spaces. And then we are also looking at wireless internet service providers or fixed wireless access operators who are trying to bridge this gap today with wafer-thin budgets and using innovation to kind of expand our network. So these are the target markets and audiences we are looking for.
Right. Thank you. But at the bigger or strategic level, what does this mean in terms of the partnership between the two entities? And I think maybe before I say that, I was saying when I heard that the event is taking place here, because this is also one of our funded incubators, Twin Tools product. I'm sure some of you did see the signage enter the door. So it's part of the work that and it's a continuation of all the partners that we have. Basically, we're just not looking at just access to funding in this partnership, but we're looking at the bouquet of business development support services. Basically, we are unleashing this ecosystem that covers both the financial part as well as the business development support services that talks to different things like access to markets for those businesses that will be funded through this program. Opening different value chains for these businesses, but also assisting them to get into various government partnerships for them to grow their businesses. We have spoken about access to capital, which is, like I said, is a bread and butter for this program, but also how do we enhance their capabilities, as business owners, because we know that running a business is not as simple as just making. There's a lot to learn, that difficult times that needs to be navigated, and how do we navigate those times, if you are navigating them alone. So we're here, as SEFA, to hold the entrepreneurs that will be supported through this program, and to say this is mentorship, this is access to market, this is coaching, this is business management training, and the lines that we offer over and above us just providing funding to these businesses. And in this case, we will be doing the funding, via our partner, hence we are launching this tech fund today. But basically, we proud, to partner in this manner. TFC brings a lot of expertise in the industry, and that is expertise that we do not possess as an entity. Remember, we always look to partner where we do not have the skill, and this is in this industry. There's a skill, for example, the technical industry expertise that we do not possess. We're not going to start hiring experts in this space. So the best thing for us to do is to partner with a partner that will be able to assess and create the money to make sure that the right businesses are funded in this space, while on our side provide additional service, the mentorship and access to market. So we're really proud to partner on this project together.
So now we kind of will walk through what exactly is the core offering of Tech Credit Fund. And this is extremely important because I know there are a lot of folks who are joining, who are internet service providers who are joining present here, as well as who are joining online. And the biggest question from their perspective is, what exactly does this mean? I mean, what are you bringing to the table here? So, and as part of this, one of the key elements what we are looking at, we are able to fund an ISP up to 5 million rands. And this is extremely important because 5 million rands especially allows you to actually set up your own network. That's the amount of capital you require. And that kind of really falls between in terms of what we are trying to provide. And the biggest thing what we have identified, and what is the biggest hindrance, is obviously the interest rates, which actually is on the capital. Of course, many of the entrepreneurs, when we had a chat with them, they kind of come back to us and say, look, we somehow get access to capital from distributors or through banks, but the problem is the interest rate is so high and we can't afford it. So here we're almost trying to make sure that there is affordable interest rate, primarily approximately around, we're trying to go between prime plus 2 to prime plus 6%, but we can, depending on the risk profile, we'll be able to adjust that. And the tenor period is attractively maintained between 3 to 5 years so that they have sufficient time to be able to repay the capital as well. So that is one of the most important things which allows for people to be able to, entrepreneurs to be able to access this capital, to be able to expand the network, and also be able to realize, because network expansion takes time, and it also requires them to build the network and then be able to monetize the network as well. So this kind of allows them that opportunity to do it. And one of the eligibility requirements is we are trying to understand and talk to ISPs who have been in operation for approximately at least for 2 years, so that we can validate in terms of what they have been able to do. Because we do understand that rolling out ISPs is not easy, because it requires a certain level of depth and experience, and what we're trying to provide is access to funding for them to grow. And what are we trying to do? I think as the CEO of SEFA was speaking to us, one of the most important things is this comprehensive support package what we are trying to provide. It's not just access to capital, because it's very easy for us to come here and say, okay, here's the money and you can go do whatever you want, but that's not the intention, right? Because what we want to provide is, we want to provide a technical and business mentorship. So as part of Solomon Capital, which is also behind the Tech Credit Fund, we have access to immense number of companies where most of the entrepreneurs actually buy capacities from. I mean, I do have, for example, the CEO of CCOM here, who actually provides wholesale capacity to most of these internet service providers. So by entering and partnering with some of these companies, they will be able to access that, technical and business mentorship programs. And obviously, the flexible repayment structures is we kind of try to analyze with each of the ISPs to see how the risk profile is, and then we then provide them with a flexible opportunity in terms of how they can repay this, so that it's easier for them based on the way they are trying to expand. They are able to service this debt requirements. And finally, market access and partnerships as well. So this is where we also use, again, our companies to be able to expand these networks, because it's not only important for them to be able to set up the network, but we also be able to sell them. And here is where we try to bring in, for example, our relationships with Broadband Infraco, with Centec, and some of these places, where they can actually be able to access additional funding, or they will be able to use some of the grant funding opportunities for them to expand, in addition to the opportunities which are under the funding which we are providing. So on the growth partnership and beyond financing, I think, as I was talking about, we are also not just going to look at the financing part of it, we are also going to look into the technology aspect. So this is where we kind of work with vendors. So if you look at equipment financing, one of the biggest aspect is, yes, of course, we do have access to capital now, we have provided you, but you need to understand which is the best, instrument to be able to use this, or which equipment you go and buy. Who is the vendor you kind of go and approach? And depending on the size of the network and what you are trying to achieve, we have established various relationships with OEMs where you can get attractive discounts on the equipment which you are trying to buy for the setting up of your network. The second thing is we also help you in terms of managing your working capital, in terms of staff costs and operations and installations, using and trying to use our AI models which we have built in to be able to help you to run an efficient business. And this is in terms of helping you to build your own CRM systems, for you to access your own mobile data billing systems, which a traditional ISPs will not pretty much have. So these are some of the things which we are trying to bring into the table as well, in addition to network expansion and technical expertise, which we have as part of collaboration with some of our other companies. In addition to this, one of the most important opportunities what we try to do is, while this fund allows for small ISPs to grow, we also have the opportunity, once they grow to a certain stage, through our other funds, we will be able to help them grow even bigger, right? And that is the opportunity which the clients who will be working with us have, because it's just a step in the right direction. And over the years, because we know how to work, this kind of allows them a kind of accelerated path in terms of their expansion for greater access to capital through equity funding as well. So those are some of the key instruments which we are trying to bring to this partnership.
Good. I thought you would speak much more with that today's objective. I just want to get my speaking so that when this ends, everyone know where to go, right? I'm not the guy, please look at we support the issue. But I think I've spoken about quite a lot of this already, now we've got but as an entity ourselves, we've got a very big mandate, we're looking at over the next 5 years, in supporting 1 million small businesses as an entity, ourselves, creating at least 1.8 million jobs, for those entities. I see that there was an error. I think the funding should be total to 40 billion or so at the end of the financial period. I think that was supposed to be there. But I mean, there is the step that we are taking, trying to create this big entity. And this is part of the ecosystem that we're creating where we say, let's say our intermediaries are helping us, to reach places and to the economies where we are not able to do so due to limited offices or, human resources downstairs. And hence I'm saying I'm happy about this partnership, and we're looking forward to, renting and, that's where we increase the facility so we can even reach out to you more. But it will not be qualified on the chairperson for supporting our chairperson, not for supporting this mandate and the team, and regarding more for bringing this to life, and for me that is great. But I don't know if too much time talking about the market. I've spoken about, intensive and exclusive post-investment, without spoken about market access, and just that leadership and coaching that we need to make sure that these businesses that will be funded here will receive as part of our offerings so that they can grow and remain sustainable. It is our goal that to create sustainable businesses, including sustainable intermediaries, for us to be sustainable businesses and to achieve the vision of funding 1 million small businesses over the next 5 years. We need to make sure that those that we fund become just sustainable. And we believe this vision that we have, that this business will fund sustainable businesses as a result to grow and also be sustainable itself. Thank you.
So I think what is our quantifiable impact was, because one of the key things when we were working with Selfa and as Solvent Capital as well, we are an impact investor. So when we look at companies and we are trying to invest, one of the most important things is the actual impact you're trying to see on the ground. And the biggest aspect is basically, today in South Africa is our jobs, right? So by providing internet access to households, right, what exactly are we providing is the ability to generate employment, right? Now, each of these companies we are trying to invest in, these fiber network operators or ISPs, they obviously generate direct employment because they are hiring more people to build the network, expand the network, trying to maintain the network. And that kind of creates the digital ecosystem, because now what you are seeing is the guys they hire to manage and maintain the network will be from the township or the rural areas where they are implementing this, because they know the lay of the land. So what it means is you would have somebody in Soweto or townships which are across South Africa where they don't need to actually travel to Joburg or Cape Town for them to be able to manage this. They are now able to actually get jobs locally, and then they are able to actually build that digital ecosystem, because once they start seeing someone who is going to now build and install network, then their friends will be curious and come to them and say, hey, what are you trying to do? And this kind of then creates this rapid ripple effect across the communities where digital ecosystem is actually built, on that framework. So what we are trying to address is the creation of jobs, and what we think by 2027 our goals will be to at least create 5,000 plus direct and indirect job opportunities, and we aim to at least fund 50 plus ISPs over the next 2 to 3 years in partnership with Selfa as we get access to more capital for funding. And that, in essence, we are able to then generate and connect approximately up to 500,000 households. And this is a very key instrument, is the reduction in the township digital divide. I was reading a report today where very few people, and 1 in 3, especially in rural areas, do not know what AI is, right? And today we are sitting on the cusp of where artificial intelligence is taking up almost everything, and it's doing most of our work, and the world is moving at such rapid pace. It's very scary that 1 in 3 South Africans actually have not heard about AI, and that's a very scary thought. And the reason is because they don't have access to the new information, what is happening outside the world. By enabling this, and by making sure that you have the digital, you reduce the digital divide, you will have more people, more students, more households being part of this AI revolution. That's what the opportunity which we are trying to do. By 2027, we want to see that AI revolution comes through, and that is where this small initiative which we are starting, which might be small now, but this is going to create that exponential growth in artificial intelligence and adoption of internet, and more kids in the rural and township areas will now be coming using these AI platforms to now be able to build solutions, build tech, innovative companies, which can then be accelerated. So that is one of the key things. So I think just on the final slides which we want to address is obviously the economic impact. And one of the most, as I'm talking about, is basically to improve the GDP contribution by from around 50 billion because of the access to technology and internet services. And we want to also unlock the higher education opportunities for 1 million plus learners. And this is very fundamental, right? I mean, today when we sit in in their highly connected areas, most of our kids today are learning in a different way, right? I mean, they're accessing to ChatGPT or they're accessing to these AI platforms to actually be able to learn. So now this again is creating that barrier that people who don't have to quickly are unable to access. So by providing this, we help around 1 million plus learners and access to government services, telehealth solution, and fintech access. And as we know, that's one of the key instruments, right? I mean, we obviously use that card systems and we use mobile money, but if you don't have access to mobile data, then pretty much you are left behind. And that is what we are trying to address today. So the main goal is to create long-term impact and create this with the help of Self here. So with my comments, I think we're done. But over to you.
Yeah, no, I think we are done. I did say that you speak more about investors today, but from my side, I wish the fund success and for business. And thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. I think before we move on to the next one, because we're joined by people online as well, and also mainly because this is the main presentation of what brings us together today, I'd like for us to open the Q&A questions so that if there's anyone that has questions that are related to this particular presentation, they could raise that. And then for the people that are joining us virtually, please type in your questions, but we'll start off with the people that are joining us in the room. There are room mics, which would enable you to be able to be heard. Performance check. Okay, there's a gentleman, yes. Can I see if there's another hand after that?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for this. My name is Rodney. I'm speaking now on behalf of, I'm wearing my hat for the university. I'm the chair of Rhodes University, and you know, Makanda and Chabeth, those area is very rural, is the outskirts of that. But coming closer to home, this particular program is very good, especially for I serve alongside with Professor Stella Bakoma at UJ in what we call the Entrepreneurship Center, that obviously encourages the entrepreneurial side of the youngsters, where they actually run hackathons in order to go out there and build their own shops. And some of those shops is in terms of ISPs. So this is an amazing program. I love the energy. I'm so glad that I see some of the other partners that are here, because I was a bit worried that we don't have enough partners here, and especially around infrastructure. I've got a few, 2 or 3 points here that I want to make, which is obviously very important, especially when you want to traverse into what we call rural internet or getting into those areas of not leaving anybody behind. Just bear with me for a moment. My question is, how do you address the major hurdles in rural internet access and development? And this is around things such as high infrastructure costs, geographic barriers, and low population density. You know, Vodacom Community and Cell C, if they see, again, there's a small township here and there's not enough people here, no, we're not going to put the code up there. You understand? So now, you must remember we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. These youngsters that you're targeting now for their sponsorship is going to be probably a tier 5 or a tier 6 ISP. So in other words, they're going to be in the rural areas. So how are we going to overcome that particular thing, the high infrastructure costs, the geographic areas, and the low density? Because that makes employment very expensive and it's less profitable for those ISPs. I just wanted to maybe touch on that. There are some other areas, I'm glad that I see and that Alfius is here because I was worried, it's important that we need to know that the Centex, the Liquids, the ICASAs, the CCOMs, those people are around to make sure that they actually are present because the infrastructure is very important and data is very expensive. I'll pause there for a moment and afford you an opportunity to chat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think this is a very wonderful question, and this is what we have been trying to address. And there are two parts to this puzzle, right? So one, we completely understand that mobile network operators cannot be present in all places, right? And obviously when they do put something, it's going to come at a cost, which is quite expensive. Now, this is where you have to look at innovative solutions, and this is why we, just from my background as well, have been internet services. I'll be as part of Cisco, I was part of this. So in effect, one of the most important things is to look at various innovative technologies, right? And this is where the fundamental difference comes. Say, for example, you have a small township and you have, let's say, I'm going to speak about CCOM or someone else who has a fiber network which is coming. So then effectively what we need to do is to use innovative solutions such as Wi-Fi, which is very easy for you to pick up. And there are technologies today, and there are a couple of OEM vendors that we'll speak about, who are now able to actually just take Wi-Fi and spread that around for a kilometer, 1 square, whole square kilometer, with approximately up to 100 Mbps of capacity, right? And these devices, for you to distribute the Wi-Fi, is not going to cost you more than 20,000 rupees, right? And that is why our capital and access to capital allows them to purchase these and kind of build these innovative networks across these townships at a cost-effective way. Whereas when you are looking at obviously providing a very enterprise network, you would need quite a number of expensive equipment. Whereas for you to just provide mobile broadband, you can use some of these technologies. And even then, we would also like to talk about some of our other partners such as Comsol, who has backhaul for they provide that. So where you are able to actually access fiber, you do have ability to get that. And if you look at the total cost of these, then it roughly comes to be less than the cost of you setting up an actual mobile power base station, because there you're using licensed spectrum. And this is where obviously we come across is to say that in the United States, for example, there is not only the unlicensed spectrum on the Wi-Fi space, there is also now providing what is called a CBRE, which is licensed spectrum, unlicensed spectrum in the 5G area, where you could actually roll out small-scale wireless 5G networks where you can obviously provide higher access to internet compared to the Wi-Fi solution. But of course, those are regulations which needs to be adopted here. But for now, at least using Wi-Fi, we are able to actually deliver sufficiently high coverage. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Sure, thank you. My name is Azai, and thank you very much for the wonderful initiative. So I have a question where you see this gentleman here, he started an ISP in Alex, where he has over 2,000 connections, 2,000 devices connected. That deserves a hand of 2,000 less than that, right? So, given that he hasn't been in existence for more than 2 years, is there flexibility to support people like him who've got a POC and traction? Then secondly, I got worried when I heard your presentation and CEO, because government is talking about DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure. I didn't hear that term in your presentation. So how are you working closely with the Department of Communications to make sure that there's synergy and you're pulling in the same direction? And then also, I would love to hear how technologies like Starlink, how are you going to make sure that the people that are going to go into these businesses are not going into a business where they'll be disrupted the first month. Thank you.
Thank you. And those are actually very important questions. And again, once again, a round of applause for the gentleman who was connected to us. These are guys who we are trying to find. So to answer the question quickly, I think, look, the 2+ years is obviously not a hard time, right? Of course, we do put that in, but the way he has expanded, he is absolutely more than welcome to come and apply, and we will obviously consider his application. So we are not trying to move them on. I think I'll come to the middle aspect, which is more on the DPI part of it, but let me first answer the Starlink. We have to understand, and we have seen Starlink, which is not still in South Africa, and it is obviously technologies which are going to come and disrupt quite a number of, various existing technologies. But after seeing, for example, in Starlink in Kenya, where it was actually deployed, they had quite a number of issues because it's the spectrum which they operate in, right? For example, is very prone to weather conditions, right? So if you have high weather conditions, then obviously you do get signal cutoff or latencies and some of those things impact. So if you are an SME business and if you are trying to use that internet, it's very hard. And the second thing is the expensiveness of this. I mean, imagine, for example, a Starlink, just a device, costs probably around $600, $700. Again, that is a very high entry value. I mean, we know today that most of this CPEs, which I'm sure they are being rolled out for this wireless access, is actually subsidized. But if that's not the case, just that itself is so expensive that some of these local township ISPs do not charge for the CPE devices. So Starlink, when you have a very high upfront cost, is always very hard for, especially connecting to these township areas. But again, there is also innovations where you could potentially take in a Starlink link, and you as an ISP can use that as a backup, right? And then use local technologies such as Wi-Fi and some of these to actually spread out the internet. So that means as a community, you come in, you order one link, suppose it does come through OneWeb Starlink, and then you use that as a backhaul for spreading out. So there are various innovative solutions so that it doesn't necessarily disturb. And we saw this, multiple places where Starlink has come, there's still the local ISPs which play a major role. Because tomorrow, if the internet doesn't work in your house, you can't call Elon Musk and say it's not working, right? I mean, whereas here in the township, they know who the person is. They'll knock on his door and say, hey, my internet is not working, can you please fix this? And the guy will fix it like this. So that kind of access is extremely important, as because internet is like oxygen. Today, if you suddenly somebody switches off internet, we're all suddenly looking forward to the IT team or IT person, or even in our own homes, we are so struggling to find and calling the ISPs to say, can you please fix this because we are unable to work. So that local understanding and local support is always important. Now, coming to the middle part of the initiatives, we are working very closely with, for example, Broadband Infra, right? We are working very closely with them. Now, if you look at the grants which are being provided to some of these, I know most of the ISPs here, and I'm sure that one of the company which we are looking at Nodes, obviously does get some of these grants from, for example, from Broadband Infra. For us, the problem what happens is, it's kind of like a chicken and egg problem. Because most of these grants are provided once you have rolled out the network. Whereas what we are trying to provide you is the capital for you to roll that network. So I know many of the ISPs who actually have these grants sanctioned, but they are unable to access the grant because they don't have the capital to first of all deploy the network in the first place. So what we are trying to address is how do we get them started initially, right? How do we help them to get access to capital first? How do we get access for them to help to roll out the network? Because once you roll out the network and the internet is connected, then you can go and apply for the grant and then you have it. So what we're doing, even in our funding application, is if you already have a contract with Broadband Infra or one of these opportunities where you say that once I roll out, I get sufficient grants, we're considering that as a kind of a security for us to actually provide access to it. So that is how we are doing. I don't know if that addresses.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Pramani. I'd like to just ask for, if you could take this one last hand for this round, and then we'll still go on and engage. If we could just now take one last hand before we move on to the next session.
Thank you very much. My name is Bakoli Gamabinya from India. Firstly, let me congratulate Solcon Capital and CIFA for the launch of this fund. I think it certainly does plug a necessary gap in the market. And what's particularly exciting is that this is not just a fund, but it comes with this ecosystem of necessary building blocks to get ISPs really going in the township economy. My question is related to some of the points that I saw in the slide where you spoke about, I think it was e-health or those things. What I'd like to know is whether there's any consideration for consolidating a form of marketplace that comes as a package and the options for ISPs to really have viable developmental options of content providers that can really generate the kind of traffic that they would hope for, but at the same time be able to create positive feedback loops in line with some of your key objectives that are developmental in nature. So I would like to maybe hear some comments around that. For example, small community-based organizations like Ekasi Sport Finder that has built a platform to integrate township small businesses into the internet, or companies like TutorNet that has built a platform to give access to school kids for tutoring, which they don't have, or HeadTrace that has created a platform for small-scale farmers in rural areas to solve the issue of stock theft. What is the consideration for those community-based type content? Thank you.
Thank you, Bax. I think this is again a very important question, and this is what we are trying to address. And one of the key things, as you rightly said, is it's not good enough that you have access to internet, right? You need to have sufficient platforms for people to allow in these communities, right? And this is what we will try to focus on, trying to work with the ISPs, because once we know the ISPs which is working in these communities, we actually know the kind of requirements which they are meeting, right? And the idea is always for us as a technology investor is actually, we were with Chairman Adile, we actually were looking to see, can we actually start putting that marketplace in option? Say, for example, a billing engine, right? Very importantly, many of the ISPs do not have a proper billing system or a proper CRM system, right? And this is one of the key areas where we could actually start not only just helping the ISPs, but also cooperate and partner with some of the companies which you mentioned, which are operating in the townships. For example, from you said, from Ethernet and some of those guys, to be onboarded where we could say, hey, here is a place where we have actually launched, and this is the ISP which has we have funded. You can actually partner with them to take your solutions into this marketplace. So I think those are some of the innovative ideas we can potentially bring, and this is a step in the right direction. I have not seen very few funds actually target very specifically to the ISPs, and we have one such fund which we are targeting very specific to the ISPs, and the marketplace which we can bring in is extremely high. Think about, we can also partner with some of the artificial intelligence companies to actually say, can you give this for free, right? Which I'm from India, where I know some of the places where Airtel, for example, has partnered with Perplexity, which is, as you know, a platform. So whoever subscribes to Airtel gets Perplexity Pro for free. So that's how we're trying to bring in more people. I think that's a good option for us to have these market opportunities and markets.
Thank you very much. I'd like to also, if you allow, just to sort of paint a picture of who's actually joining us online. There was a question by the gentleman asking, what are we doing in collaboration with the current projects that are being rolled out, mainly by government in different areas across the country. And the people that have actually joined us in the different innovation hubs across South Africa, it's actually most of the ISPs that are already working on those projects. So even the development of the fund came about after having looked at their needs and the challenges that they were currently facing, after having received even maybe an order to roll out a job. So they are very much part of this, and even the criteria that was set, it was looking at those ISPs that are currently joining online. Thank you. I just wanted to add.
No, no, absolutely. I think that's very important. And just to address it, if we don't forget the guys who are online, the reason why we did this launch in a very distributed manner was also to have participation not just from Hoteng, where people have access, but also from all the guys who are joining online are all from 9 hubs, right? It's a startup hubs across the country. And we have ISPs, the local ISPs there, they have actually gone to the hubs and are attending from it. So what we are trying to build is that ecosystem, as you said, and obviously most of the issues and what we are trying to resolve has obviously come from there. So absolutely,
Thank you for that. I think we'll move on then to the next session. I see that we have Elena Obran and Harry Wilson already joining us online. They'll be sharing the presentation. Can I ask that we get started? Welcome to both of you, Ms. Elena Obran and Mr. Henry Wilson. You give us an indication of who will go first. I'll propose that Elena, you go first when presenting, but we're ready when you are.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't know into this level that I have really so I am going Harry, Giga, set. Is it really one of the people? For who I help you give the shape. So it's a pleasure to share with you what is Giga. How do we go out and way bridging vision to the life? And mostly I must talk about some of the sustainable groups we have selected. So why is this? I'll share my screen here. So introducing Giga. Giga is a joint initiative between UNICEF and the International Telecommunications Union. And we have the objective of supporting others to connect all of the world's species. Sorry, Harry. If you're familiar with the challenge, Harry, if you are able to hear us, the presentation is not visible on our end.
It's asking to spotlight the content.
Can you see my screen now? Can you see my screen? No, we are unable to see the screen yet. Just give us a second, please. Harry, can you please stop sharing and reshare? Yes. Okay, sharing again.
And if it doesn't work, I can just present it to our students.
Yeah, would you mind sharing the presentation so that we can put it up?
Yeah, actually, you have it in your there.
Just give me a second.
So, so this.
You can do it.
Yeah, you can go ahead. So while we bring up the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So here is a good initiative between UNICEF and ITU, and our role is to support governments in closing the gap and connecting the rest of the students. At a global level, that is one and a half of the 6 million schools around the world that are not connected. And that means 500 million students. Well, that, you know, when we talk about connectivity, we're really talking also about equity of access to information and opportunity. So connectivity is really an inroad into the quality, and that's where UNICEF and IT are very prioritizing connectivity along with other things. UNICEF would be famous for things like access to sanitation, to education. We really think back on it. It's actually something that Thanks. I think you have the screen, right? So if you could jump to maybe slide 5.
Is this?
Yes. So here's a quick snapshot of context which Giga is from.
It's not projecting.
So we're already engaged with 43 countries around the world. What it means to be engaged with a country is that we have formal agreements in district education, district ICT, capture that they're keen to work with and support prioritize strategic initiatives. That's really important because connectivity is one of those difficult challenges that requires so many stakeholders who don't necessarily typically work together. So videos is also kind of convenient for very different parts. So if you go to the next slide, I'll explain what it is that we do in support.
Are you able to?
We're already working in 4 minutes. Mapping the problem. Looking at this first of all the location of schools, because most countries are actually schools are. And then secondly, mapping which schools are schools are not connected. And not the ones which are connected, which ones are quality education, which is good education. That's really important. The shape of the problem is I'm not going to spend time with you today, but if anyone wants to see that, you can go to maps.giga.global, our document chat as well. And you can see a real-time map of more than 90,000 schools, so you can see every few hours what's the information. See that? And there's also a map of over 2 million schools mapped out, so you can see which of the schools that still need to be connected or not. The second pillar that we do is so we model directly existing infrastructure, and that helps us understand, helps governments understand where our social benefits investments they need to connect schools for training existing infrastructure or investing in
Are you going to increase the volume? Yeah?
The third piece of the whole do is support. So once a government has that, which is connecting connecting, we work with them to reach out to international institutions like the World Bank very closely and bring programs to the country to finance. And the other piece that we do is contracting procurement support. So you may know new sectors of
huge, procure of, vaccines, it's a huge procure of pencils and textbooks. And we're bringing those same, skills and aims in terms of, negotiating prices for procurement to kind of the same. So that's an overview of everything we do. I think I'm gonna, skip a lot of slides, keep things brief. Questions at the end. If you could skip, going down, to the section we have, you see a new title slide, number 50. And I'm going to present the project outline, specifically, which is around sustainable funders, so it falls under our. So when we bring together governments from all over the world to exchange lessons and challenges around connectivity, the number one thing we hear is how will we be sustainable? It's related to connect more schools everywhere. But every school will have a different population. So how do we keep those schools connected sustainably? And what sustainable is so because of the is how we connect, keep those schools connected. So that's the question we have in household governments. And I want to share with you a little bit what's the approach that we're doing to keep schools connected for free and what do we do. So the way to connect schools for free is that we need to find some market driven, which means depending on especially small ISPs, we believe the ones that are going to change the landscape of connectivity where it doesn't currently exist, but also leveraging the existing of large machine platform. So one of the things I noticed, big perspective change there is a tremendous amount of infrastructure that exists, and it's usually not to business because the large companies that run it don't have business space. It's a good from actually official the red line is which is awesome about creating through web indicators around people. And just next to that, we may see like a large school. I think it's playing on the. That's a school that's and actually that's enough. The surrounding homes are also the couple. The reason for that is I'm not very means it's not a person. It means it's just not it's too violent. It means that there's 60 you sit as sharing office in the family but don't want to go knocking on doors and building on the customer base. And that's great. Not successful. So you want to leverage that infrastructure under the business case. So there's large infrastructure that they should give back for cheap, to next schools since it doesn't really cost them anything. And the hero of the story is small ISPs who are very effective macro business executives. Maybe it's a township, maybe it's a rural area, it's basically high so, but they can't necessarily get loans until see the success of the fund, and they may struggle to get. So we're really looking at how do we solve this breakdown of trust, breakdown of incentives between public financiers, whether it's government or institution, who have money, but they can't really, but they will say that they can't give that to students. Ticket size is too small, the items don't have collateral, so they're not used to it making that jump. Essentially, they're going to become the super ISPs of the to verify it's the target of keeping the school connected. The large infrastructure companies have also been appropriate funding so that they won't be able to go around themselves. But it happens to take some funding from the public sector to give discounts and get us for them. And the key piece here is the CISPs that are able to operate effectively. So it's able to be unfairly understand the community and how to monetize that individual community. And they need cheap capital. So there's this graph breakdown because there's one thing about this, like the government's interesting. They actually have this one. And that's why we're here with a piece of technology, which is the connectivity credit. So connectivity credit is a digital record that a school or a health center has been connected to the internet with meaningful quality connection of 20 Mbps for 1 day. So every day that's keeps a school connected above that threshold. They earn it. They can exchange it for usually discounts with Apple, and they can use that Apple to sell in the community. This is the business model that we're looking at to keep schools connected for free, meaning that the small ISP is keeping them connected for free in exchange for Apple. The way we do this is we have a lot of really monitoring tools. So especially in the beginning, it's 2,000 schools. Every 10 minutes we're being around to the school to get multi for uptime. And every 4 hours we're getting a speed test as well. So we're currently developing this sustainable business for countries. South Africa, Kenya, and Mexico. Just to mention some of the slight differences in each country. So in South Africa, we're piloting together with Professor Sizwe in Poland. Some of the funding for this is not just couples who are making this one of the obligations. So that shows how governments can also provide incentives by making existing policies integrated with the connectivity credits or compatible with the connectivity credits. In some of the regions like we'd love to expand this area. Yeah, whether it's ISP or an infrastructure, we'd love to explore that. In Kenya, we're in a similar one, we're working with Liquid, with giving discounts on their platform to small ISPs. What we do in tech leadership for our reselling locally and work. In Malawi and Mexico, we're working with USAT and actually starting working in discussions. As was discussed earlier, they're interested in having grants actually so locally. We're working with NGO Connected.org who have a unique agreement with Starlink that the connectivity from Starlink devices can be resold to the community. So this is where we're at today. We're already seeing that the economics of these projects is more than 10x more cost effective than the government's activity for schools. And we're looking to grow this into a huge marketplace. What's next for us is integrating this unit of accounting, this connectivity credit, and integrating it into agreements with Apple providers, integrating it into CSR budgets for governments, and integrating it into government policies. For example, with the CASA operations or set funds, and looking to really grow this to a network that ensures delivery, ensures results-based incentivization for ISPs that can actually develop locally, which we have a strong conviction is the degree of ISP communities that are benefiting. So thanks for your time. Happy to answer questions or chat with them. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wilson. Sorry, just a reiteration, we'll share the presentation together with all the other presentations. And I'd like for us to just take one round of questions, maybe 3 questions in the room, We already have one question that's coming from. Okay, there's an audio that's coming in also from the screen, I suppose. Can you mute for the, is it possible? Unless you can't hear it, if only I can hear it, then that's fine. Okay, no, that's fine. So there's a question that's coming from someone who's an emerging ISP. He hasn't started yet. He has joined the session and he's asking, how does he get started? Now, this is not a question only for this room, it's a question I'm also posing back to the innovation hubs that are hosting everyone in the different provinces. Because those are the hubs that would also have programs for merging internet service providers, those businesses that maybe be busy with resale programs. They don't necessarily have a license yet to become to be ISPs, but they're also targeted. And I'm wanting to pose that question also back to the innovation hubs to sort of look at how do they ensure that those SMEs are also enrolled in such programs if they have an interest of entering the telecommunications value chain, to also look and understand where exactly and what would be their first point of entry depending on what that particular hub is doing. But would you like to answer that, Pramod, or you'd like to look at it just when we also wrapping up so we can move to the panel now?
Yeah, I think we can move to the panel. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll move on to the panel, but we will provide very detailed information on how you can get started. If you are someone that's already offering a service within the value chain that's not necessarily making you be an ISP yet, on how do you move on to the next phases? I think the CEO from SEDFA had mentioned an element of business development. And you'll find that most of the hubs are hubs that are looking into that, and your question would most likely be answered by what is being put together there. But we'll engage further on it as we go on, and I'm sure also some of the speakers that are coming will talk into that. Can we now move on to the next session? Maybe just one last comment from Giga's perspective. There's a program that's currently running. It's closing this weekend. It's open. It's actually calling on ISPs that have solutions to connect schools in rural areas and townships. That's a call that's currently open, and you can take up that opportunity and actually also get started there by submitting your proposal. But moving along, I'll now call on our panel speakers, and that will be the CEO of EDNOS, Mr. Anel Mbele. If you could come join us on stage and sit in one of the couches. And I'll also ask the CEO of Target, Mr. Umane, and also Mr. Hilton from SEDFA, the wholesale landing. And also I'll ask Mr. Stevenson from Comsol to join us, and also the CEO of CCOM, Mr. Maniele. Could you also join us for moderating the session from our thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think this is a panel which is going to be quite interesting. We have folks who are actually building township ISPs. We have SEDFA, who has actually been helping us to sponsor this program. And we have two of the most important people in the room, which is CEO from Comsol, who provides wireless connectivity and wholesale connectivity, and as well as CCOM, which provides connectivity on the fiber side and Comsol on the wireless side. So I think one of the main questions what I would like to have, I think before I begin discussing the mic for that. So maybe what I would like to do is for each of you to just do a quick round of introduction of what your company does. I'm sure many of you might be aware of you guys, but I think always you do have a good round of introduction about yourself and the company, what you guys do.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Siabong Isamaji, CEO of Topic, which stands for the Other Guys Information Technology. So basically, Topic is a managed service, IT managed service provider, and we also specialize in critical space with the fiber infrastructures and we connected across the board. So our main focus is to try to figure out the problem and address it. So one of the key things that I found in our IT case today is connectivity being a problem amongst businesses and young users across the board. Thank you.
Someone is saying they can't hear me.
Good day. My name is Nihatin David. I'm from Lagos. We are based in Colchester, KZN. We build low-cost celebration infrastructure, primarily targeted in rural and township. Currently, we build infrastructure in 5 provinces, many of rural provinces, KZN, Limpopo, East Malaria, as well as Eastern Cape. So our infrastructure is mainly by leveraging celebration workspaces, which are also ahead as we discussed the requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. It's a special day for me. It's a special day for the organization I represent. It's a special day for my team, and I think it's a special day for all partners that I involved. My name is Ochi Sarakuna from Selfund. I am currently also running a team. We're here after 8 months of engagements, putting together this deal, and it's a special deal for us. Everything that's coming out of here is positive to us. We worked with the so-called team, and today is a launch day. Maybe before I pass on, they might say what we found very attractive about this particular deal, and I've had a number of eyes talked about, but we have always had a sporadic approach to these kind of implementations. This deal gives us an empowerment around, big impact out there that we want to see. But for me personally, what was most attractive and why I'm proud today is we are contributing to a systemic change in so many ways, right? It's almost a traverse of justice in a world where connectivity is a human right. To have 36% of the communities that we're trying to attach to only have 36% with access. And it behooves us all to work extremely hard to close this digital divide. And I'm proud to still have that. But not only does this project give us access, it is a seed towards the reduction of prohibitive data cost in this country. Now I was reading something 2 weeks ago, where among the BRICS countries, South Africa's cost of data is 134% more costly than China, Russia, and India. And we are part of this. We should move towards reduction. And reduction can only be done when we have more players participating. We have been suffering a lot of, oligarchy,
control the space. And projects like this brings in new players that are integrated and enables us to do a lot more. But more than that, the technology brings about new and needed skills out there. The businesses that we touch here, and hopefully in the next 3 years, we'll be saying, the lady from Novo started business that's groundbreaking. Someone from Kalishiwe is delivering solutions for small area technology. Someone from Tulamahashi, Pushback Bridge, is providing e-learning solutions for the community, schools. So I'm just giving an example of the importance of this project to us, and I think to the nation, we should be doing more of this. Thank you.
Alvius, I think people know you in the room, and of course of CCOM. So maybe I would like to, when you introduce CCOM, maybe one of the important things, you actually have heard about what we are trying to do in the community and, especially from expansion. And one of the most important questions which was asked previously is the access to wholesale connectivity, because without that access, the guys there cannot build the network. So maybe if you can just quickly answer in terms of CCOM's approach towards this kind of, as one of the largest companies providing connectivity, what's your role and how do you plan to take us and address this gap?
Ramon, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We will also acknowledge my chairman, CJ. I think maybe before I address that question, Ramon, please. Actually, today is quite a special day. I want to give you a message when I say that. And I probably speak to the story I'm going to tell relates to anyone who's probably convinced. So if you are mid-40s and above, you probably were born to a family that who come from a village, your mom and dad who come from a village somewhere. Through migrant labor, they went to Johannesburg, Cape Town, any of those areas, and they will end up in the township. You go back to a history of this country, you go back to the township. So I come from that era. I was born in Soweto, in a township, but actually I'm originally from the village, because where my family comes from. So why am I giving you that story? If you look at the telecommunication infrastructure today, I would argue by large over the 3 or 4 decades of telecoms. Urban areas are well connected. You can get speeds up to 1 gig with 100 gigs sometimes. CJ is not it. Even when I go back home to the townships, now in Soweto you get fiber. You get area fiber. But when I go home to my real home, rural village, I'm deprived of connectivity that I'm used to here. I have to adjust the way I think. Then I agree with you. If I want to get that connectivity, I have to pay every data prices to get that connectivity. And often, sometimes, that connectivity is not viable. So the rest of the country is progressing, but where actually the transformation is to happen, it's lagging behind. That's one area. The second area is a while back, I think back in 1996, somebody said there are 2 equalizers in the world. One, education. In fact, our leader, Nelson Mandela, even exposed about that. And the other one is internet. Unfortunately, if there are people waking up in this country or in the continent today who do not have access to those 2 things, they will be left behind, right? Why am I starting there? Because this tech fund, I would have to congratulate you and the chairman for launching this, because what it does, it actually enables a rural entrepreneur who would wake up in the morning in a village somewhere and say, I've got a chance now of connecting my village to the rest of the world. They can connect the local school, they connect the local clinic, they can connect their local homes in the village. They could even set up hubs where they connect multiple homes into their hub, and then all of a sudden, a poor child like myself, who grew up in that environment, can have access to one reliable, unlimited internet, could also have access to the right education material that I need. So this tech farm, it is absolutely spot on. So I think it addresses a need, which in my view, that perhaps we haven't looked at in the past. So where do we come in? SECOM, we've been around for over 16 years now. I'd like to believe we connect Africa to the world, and Africa to the world to Africa. We've got submarine capabilities that connect all parts of this continent to the rest of the world. We've also got terrestrial infrastructure, in metros and all of that. That really makes sure that connectivity is seamless across the continent and the world. Where this comes in, if I look at South Africa specifically, if you take a province such as Limpopo, which I'm very passionate about, you know the reasons why, there are multiple villages that are there. So if you then provide this funding to local providers there that can roll out network using different technologies, we can pick up their traffic from any one of the major routes. And we can also create cost-effective backhaul capabilities that allow them to be able to be commercially viable. And I think there was a speaker earlier, or someone in the audience asked about, there's one thing having a network, but if you don't have an aggregation of content creators, content aggregators and all that, the network won't be utilized. And it's spot on, because all of a sudden now, once you have connectivity in the village, people can start generating village-related content and start broadcasting the rest of the world around. In our role as SECOM is to enable that transport of all that communication from those remote towns and villages of South Africa to everywhere in the world, and also from everywhere in the world back to them. And we really had a role to play. Thank you.
Thanks, Alpheus. I think that's quite wonderful. I think it kind of shows the impact which it can play, so that we can have more Alpheuses coming out of those places by providing this. So, Ian, from a COMSOL perspective, right, I think I would like to ask a similar question to what I posed to Alpheus, right? I remember that you guys started out quite small, and the idea was to actually build something like this. But now you, over the past many years, you have now metamorphosed into a company which is now providing this backhaul or wholesale connectivity to most of these providers. So maybe I'd like to just kind of you to provide an overview of COMSOL, and also to just kind of provide how are you guys targeting this area, because I'm sure that many of these wireless ISPs will utilize you or utilize your spectrum to kind of help connectivity in those areas.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to say I'm very important to the equation. I started a business many years ago, literally from that grassroots level, a bucky, a toolbox, and a whole lot of other stuff. Not many other people within the business. And what we did was we started deploying wireless infrastructure. There was a massive market for this type of connectivity. It was something that wasn't readily available in the years when I started. I'm talking 1997. It was a legal to deploy wireless infrastructure because it was heavily governed. We managed to get ourselves through that whole process and actively build a business that eventually owned wireless infrastructure through the ownership of spectrum licenses. So we've stuck to our knitting throughout the years, and that's all we do, is we provide connectivity using wireless medium. And where this fits in with everything is, yes, we still deploy wireless infrastructure in the middle of sand, but we connect real schools in outlying regions. We enable connectivity to places where connectivity is difficult to get. So for me, this is a very important forum, because I see the next iteration of the growth of connectivity in South Africa coming from, and as Alfie said, there's masses of people unconnected. It's not, and it's also a function, what was iterated before Alpheus was the cost of data. And that's the issue. It doesn't have to be costly. If it's deployed intelligently, in a sophisticated way, and it's reliant on people on the ground who have communities, who have the opportunity to start a business, and we're here to enable you guys. I will put the infrastructure down in places. Yeah, we will enable people to provide connectivity. And as you said earlier, there was a question about Starlink. Starlink plays a role. We all play a role. Alpheus plays a role in the fiber networks and the undersea cable. I play a role. I have spectrum licenses. I'm able to get connectivity into places. I'm able to distribute connectivity very cost effectively. And any solution can be made to work and work economically. It just needs to be applied correctly. And I'm open to have discussions whoever has an opportunity. Yeah, we've got infrastructure in Port Shepstone. We've got infrastructure in places, and it's unlocking that potential to provide effective communication and unlocking proper economics for you and for organizations that are prepared to provide you funding. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think, Sia, as you have heard from, I mean, I'm sure that on a backhaul basis, you might buy from both of them, right? So maybe could you explain what kind of technologies you kind of utilize for rolling out the network? Is it in wireless or is it in the fiber? And you have obviously the people who are providing you backhaul capacity. And what are your requests from them? Because that's a very important component of your cost, right? So where do you see challenges and where do you see the opportunities which you can then bring them?
Thank you. So, thank you again, guys. So the long and short of it, we specialize in the FTTH space and FTTH. Primarily providing fiber infrastructures to enable everybody. What I've picked up over the years that doing FTTH and FTTB is, the costs behind deploying those type of infrastructures. It's crazy. So myself and our team will often look at different backhaul connection solutions. So through the years we've interacted also with CCOM, Telcom, your things over it. And it's just trying to find the right fit for that particular user to make it cheaper on the end user. That's what it is that, we don't limit it to just townships, go villages, see how to enable those villages. The biggest thing that we're doing is making sure that we get schools connected in every community that we cross through. And those schools often have gigabit lines to enable the libraries and local libraries to have connectivity. So I think right now, the biggest issue that we have as an FTTH builder is backhaul access. So it's very nice to be on a panel like this where we are able to access to consoles and CCOMs of the world, and we can sit around the table and discuss these type of things. I don't know if I answer your question or not.
No, it's fine. Nasi, over to you. I think you have an interesting model, right? I mean, from most of the places where they use either wireless spectrum in the Wi-Fi space to provide access, and the others, such as Sia, who's focusing on the fiber side, you actually use television white space. I think it's very important for the audience to understand what exactly is this technology and is this better? How does this work compared to obviously the existing technologies, and what are its benefits basically?
Thank you for the question. Innovative white space is a quite interesting technology, which it came to our attention about 10 years ago. Of course, at that time, it was still running as a trial. I must say, and then because the way the speed they use to bring technology to be deployed commercially in South Africa. So one of our pain points at that time, I believe most people were aware that during COVID, Africa as a whole was struggling to get a vaccine that was widely reported. But what was one of the biggest challenges which we were aware of? Originally, in manufacturers, they were instructed not to ship the equipment to Africa to enable countries to recover quickly economically because people were now working from home. So most people suffered when in Africa they couldn't deploy infrastructure. So we also suffered as a business. At some stage, we had pending installation up to 1,000, but there were no equipment. So that then gave us opportunity to say, let's reflect. This issue of equipment is now being used, well, I would say used to South Africa, but at the same time, I felt like this should be an eye-opener for us to say which technology can we leverage on, which we can claim as Africa, where we can leverage and not depend on anyone. CD1 space, one, that technology. So what is CD1 space? As long as you can get frequency using radio or small TV, as a visual two, we can deliver internet to you, even in your village. Right? So in CASA, when they're allocating spectrum of broadcasters, like SABC1, SABC2, and all the radio, they advise that there must be a space. I'll make an example between SABC1 and SABC2, so that each content there's a limited capability for them to interfere. So those spaces you often find vacant. That between broadcasters, when you change from Metro FM maybe to Coast FM, you find a vacant space. So to your space, those channels, they are being used to send internet to whichever area needs internet. However, I think with the CASA, they are more comfortable when CSIR presented a database of these channels, which we can tell right now in a particular village how many of those channels are available to be used to deliver information. No, by saying CSIR, this database owned by South Africa. And already, locally, there are players who are manufacturing equipment that are speaking to those channels. So we are now eliminating the issue of relying on importing all devices. For the fact that the spectrum is also available, there is no need to spend $14 billion to try to pass spectrum. This spectrum is available. And I think our negotiating where regulates something very well is to say SMEs, they can use it on a new instance. You do not have to pay for anything. You are only paying for database so that whatever you are going on, not interfere with existing players. So that in a nutshell, Situational Spectrum, we've been using it, and recently we are observing massive adoption. One of the clients just invested over 7 million on this technology, calculation. They are connecting their school in Bomb, where a village, villages, when you look at the impact there, before we deploy the infrastructure, some of the schools are getting 0 in terms of the energy part of it. But Tigwa Spaces enable those schools to achieve 50% of the speed right now. Okay, in last year's results, we're expecting some of them to take 100% shows that some of the local technology, what we can do, if we are relying on the local web which is still becoming. Of course, we went very close with Seacom, luckily we also give us some development, who gave us a huge space in the house where we are going to see what as well as ISAD. So what I'm trying to bring is secure space cannot work independently. It just fits very well with already technology that are already being deployed.
Thank you, Nati. That's quite interesting. Yeah. And this is extremely important, and I think coming to you, Nathan, is, and Nati brought an important point. Today, the infrastructure which we get, and this is obviously of concerns for not only the small business space, even for the bigger ones, is the way the trade barriers are set up, where for you import equipment becomes so hard, right? And the only way you can actually adopt, yes, you can provide access to capital for them to build infrastructure, to build, these networks. But the biggest problem is, where is this infrastructure coming from? Because anyone can turn that tap off, or they could charge something very insanely expensive, which then defeats the entire purpose. For example, if you are importing a router, and the router's cost suddenly becomes 70% higher than what it is currently is, then not even this guys can afford, not even this guys and the country as a whole suffers. So what I want to ask from SECFI is, from a local manufacturing of electronics equipment, it's very important to have that, because as you start building locally, as you said, there are a lot of these technologies which are already open source, which has, and these routers are not something which is new. They have been in the market for long. They have been, there's already places where you can actually pick up the assembly lines, create an SMME, which can actually start building these routers locally, right? And that can actually help this, so that it's now South African. So what is SECFA's initiative specifically in the electronics manufacturing sector? You guys look at that as a way, and mainly focus on SMME manufacturing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so,
Let's pass that.
the process so to be first, right? But before that, just as an aside, we went four main primary so that doesn't check connected so that they don't drop, you don't see. But just to answer your question, it is important for us, and not just self for us, but as a government, to keep our ear on the ground, right? Then, what is moving the people in the market. And when you understand what moves the market, you then begin to develop products that speak to the challenges of the market, that speaks to the demands. When it comes to, manufacturing of equipment, then the ICT sector, ICT sector is one of our key sectors that we are focusing as an organization. From an investment perspective, localization of production, for instance, is something that warms our hearts, and we have developed a strategy that says we're not waiting for deals to come to us, but we are originating deals, right? Players out there that can help us, fulfill our strategy. So when we do that, we begin to engage such as yourself and other players that are looking at, localization of manufacturing for the benefit of SMEs in the country. And it's work that is in progress that we are working on, and we invite more applications and engagements with the ICT sector and the region that help the localization of production in the country. Dependency on infrastructure that helps out there. I was listening to almost an embargo on something that you can't, you can't get the equipment in. And 1,000 of these potential customers have to sit and wait. And it should be in a country that's got capability such as this one. We need to be interested in that. And then us as funders must engage with the market to understand the requirements and the requirements and challenges of the country. Thank you.
So Alpheus and Ian, I think I'll pose the same questions to both of you so that you can answer. I'm sure on your door, there are many SMEs who come to you for accessing, such as Nati and Sia, right? Are there specialized packages you guys have created? I know that what you have been helping Adnodes in terms of the space and everything else. Is there a strategic direction in the company where you're driving SME adoption? And what are the benefits which your companies can offer when an SME knocks on your door? Because in effect, everyone has to come to one of you, either for wireless or for backhaul. When they knock on your door, what are the key critical ways and the offerings which you guys have? Like what you currently working with Adnodes, is that a one-off or you will have like a strategic direction? So I want to understand from both of you in terms of what's your approach towards SME and space?
Great question, Roman. I think it is really good to hear from both the events issue here understand what impact they have made in the different data settings to provide us. Anyone to all the ways to Zealand, they can come and connect to a network and pick up the traffic and bring it to the 7 largest interchange, which is able to see the visuals. Sando and the rest of the world. So we can do that. We can do exactly the same and so there are a number of ways in which we have structured ourselves to support SMEs. If I look at our network expansion today, our space part that we are traversing all the towns, but our network ends there. We are asking partners, and I think when the tech fund will come really to help this, partners that will come and meet us at those intersection points. And we'll create competitive pricing for backhaul capacity from there to the rest of where they need to take. We have to run for that. We can't really create just special packages for that market and we then enter into competitive rules. But there are special engagements and pricing capabilities that we allow for that to happen without creating competition and fairness in the market. So we can do that. If we look at our strategy now, we want to make sure we cover all the 9 provinces of South Africa. So I invite you again, you want to be involved. How do we partner together to actually start and expand your reach? We're going to do the same thing in the Eastern Cape, Northwest, and so on and so forth. By allowing us to not only, when you are investing on the last mile technology, they have a platform, Wi-Fi, we have license spectrum, TV-wide space, it could be satellite, we spoke about satellite. I truly believe on that from every infrastructure is fit for purpose. And we're looking for SME providers who say, I'm going to focus in this province. And I'll connect all the rural villages, but I need you to partner with me, pick up that traffic from there with the following pricing methodology to the rest of the world. In fact, one of the other benefits we can also provide, when you are connected to our we provide other services. So you can then also take our services, white label them, and then offer them to the local SME partners that exist in the ecosystem. So we provide capacity, but at the same time, you can come and engage with us and say, there's this hosting capability, there's this and this and that. We can be a reseller of that to become a partner for us. We've got a specialized team within Eskom that deals with SMEs and partners, and I definitely encourage everyone to engage with us and help drive the connectivity, drive the country. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
We have a strategy. I mean, this big part of our business is enabling SMEs, and there's kind of 2 routes to that market. The one route is your traditional reselling of services, which is rate carded. It's based on where we've got connectivity. But there's another route, and this is something that
I've been trying to crack this nut for a long time. And the numbers don't necessarily add up. And I'd love to pick your brain on how you see a delivery in an area where you've got to deliver connectivity at a certain ARPU. Because it's all about the ARPU at the end of the day. And what is it? Is it 100 Rand? Is it 200 bucks? Does it have a fair use policy or not? Is it a method of connectivity that you can use as much as you want? There's a lot of questions around that because I do not see how deploying fixed infrastructure, fixed terrestrial infrastructure, as in fiber optics, I don't see how that business case can stack. Because there's one point is distribution, the other point is backhaul. And as Alfie correctly said, the CCOM's got the infrastructure, the fiber operators have infrastructure in places, but it's about getting the connectivity to that point. And that's the biggest equation to solve, because how do you get from that point to where you need to distribute? And I'd love to spend some time and have a discussion, because the two routes are, we have infrastructure in places, we can deploy infrastructure cost effectively, but we can also build a specific equation of a delivery of connectivity around a certain business case. And I see that as something that, this is what we're here for. We're here to solve solutions and fix the problem we've got. And that problem is providing connectivity to the unconnected. It's not a handout. It's you guys are running businesses. It's about putting our brains together and coming up with a solution. And as you said earlier, it's not one technology that fits all. It's an equation of all technologies to get the right fit. And I'd like to understand from the ground. Like you said, backhaul was one of your biggest issues, but I would say distribution is also. And how does that guy at home in a certain area, how does that family get connectivity? What devices are they using? Is it mobile device? Is it a tablet? Is it a PC? It's obviously streaming from television, or is it? So these are all the questions, and you know what? The solution's there because the cost effectiveness of getting something working that fits, and I always say this, fit the ARPU. So there has to be returns, but the solution can be, we can fit the solution to the required ARPU. So that's the first question.
Actually, you raised a good point again. I'll actually open it up to Nachi as well as here. Is you are, just to put what you said again, you are best placed. You understand the local market, you understand the rural environment, you understand the needs of the customers that are there. I think what perhaps is missing is to co-create a value proposition at the right pricing to actually create the right volume uptake in the area. Because if your commercial model, which is local, doesn't take into account the input cost of why you pick up that traffic back, your commercial viability is not going to be anything. But if you then partner with us, as Ian was saying, to say, this is how we understand the market in those rural environments. These are the type of services that people want to consume. These are the type of content capabilities that they want to have. And this is the pricing the market can afford. How do you then create the right value proposition and the right pricing structure for the take-up rate? And I think there's a dialogue that we can have around it. I think then lead us into creating something which is meaningful that we can roll out in massive scale across the country.
Yeah, I think the two questions for you guys. I think it's very important for people to understand here. I think Alfie brought a good point of how do you build that interaction, right? And coming back to that point of the first definition of your access to the internet and the impact it has. I think it's important for us to understand, can give certain case studies in terms of certain areas where you guys went and the impact it created, and just kind of provide in terms of what was the articles there and previously, and when you guys went, what happened, so that it kind of then gives what back to the question of, and what are the local challenges you guys face? Because I'm sure that us sitting here, we take certain things for granted, right? It could all be about, very simple. You put in a tower and say, look, this is providing you with Wi-Fi. If you don't have proper education, somebody may say, no, that is causing me cancer. I don't want this. Or guys who come and steal your battery at the night because they need it. So those are the localized challenges which, of course, it exists here, but you face it on a day in and day out basis. So maybe what you see first and then Nati is, can you sort certain examples of a community where you went in and you did it, what are the challenges you faced, what are the success stories, so that it also helps there are other ISPs who are listening to you. So, and they might be smaller ISPs compared to you, who might be facing the same challenges, and what do you guys do? So that also helps them to get resilient and say, yes, we see examples who have come out, so we can probably do the same thing.
Thank you, guys. So the biggest thing when you're rolling out whether it's a fiber infrastructure in our business, that is, let's talk fiber, is we always conduct and show my interest campaign of sorts, which enables us to create jobs, which you get the local youngsters going door to door, trying to figure out what's the lay of the land. Because, if you're gonna go on census data and all that stuff to see the average earnings of a particular area, you don't get the full picture. So the current example actually that we currently busy with, we're building an area in Mpumalanga where we've identified 35,000 homes that we are going to roll out this set infrastructure to, which is FTTH. And of that 35,000 homes, we're still looking at the rest of the 200,000. The 200,000, it's a bit tricky. We have to figure out what solution is going to work there. And that's where our door-to-door campaigns come in. That's generally the way we do it. And the biggest thing that I noticed, like in this current project that we're doing, like the backhaul providers aren't available. Like the only people that are there is Telkom. And Telkom can tell me any which price they want. So that's issue number one. So now it affects the end user, because now I put together a solution that we can maybe sell to the end user at 300 rand a month, or pay-per-use type of service. But now the 200,000 homes can't afford it, but the 35,000 homes can afford it. So it's things like that that we look at, and it's, it all goes back to our backhaul providers at the end of the day. So I don't know if you use different methods, but yeah, that's what we do currently.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, I mean, those are big questions, I must say. So, but one thing that I want to recognize before I continue and respond is how Babanji and thought through the credit file, because I've been recruiting you, of course. And before I forget, I would like you to, on your slide, to just make some few corrections. I know you are targeting 100,000 by 2027. So with us, it means we've got a clear plan about 100,000 new households in 2026. So should you guys decide to onboard us, we need to adjust it. I think there's a low target, So we've been
I fully licensed ICT for the past 4 years. One of our biggest challenges, we didn't address it, of course, is easy sort of challenge. And if you learn to compare with sour, and integrate into this case power for science. So we saw that at the beginning. So just to give you the background, where we come from is 80% rural and just 20% urban, which is good districts. Now you can imagine to put infrastructure, we have to first look at to change our mindsets because what I'm seeing, I mean, I respect MNOs very well, everyone knows that, but we are not, we're not seeing the area where they need this space. First, we need to understand how to use this infrastructure to serve multiple purposes. When you talk about rural areas, which is what we enjoy the most, where we are deploying, we're not only providing internet, the same infrastructure is used to enable IoT, which these communities, they are living, they depend on farming. So that the first use case, which I always try to say, guys, there are not only looking at but bringing internet. What else? How can we fit into the daily lives of those communities? But also, the same communities, when you look at Google districts, when you around with districts, we engage all the municipalities, we engage all the traditional leaders, but also in Tiwa space, because it's not consuming too much power compared with other communities. We are running from such a off lead, power in solar, which is one of the solutions to the first problem that we encounter in the issue of reliable power supply to these areas. But because when we start engaging, deploying, the issue of security is get addressed by when you ask for the land, local authorities, whether national leaders or council, they are already part of the process. So the stakeholder engagement is a critical and the most crucial part of our engagement in different areas. I can tell you one of our largest clients are traditional courts. So the traditional leaders, they came with an interesting case saying most cities are being deployed through the traditional court. So how about they give us land in return to connect the traditional authorities, the traditional court. So there are a lot of smart way of trying to steal these guys. Another issue, some of the areas, our price, that's a question of profitable way of sustaining infrastructure. Within the space of 3 years, we passed 10,000 clients. And some of our clients, 25% of our clients, they are connecting through by buying vouchers. The use of distribution, we distribute these vouchers through local sections. That's where these communities are already buying their communities. So our biggest also support has been broadband platform through broadband as a style as well as so those hotspots need commercializing them. And also distribution is supported by local people. So in my opinion, the issue of distribution is critical that we do a perspective of the engagement. Currently, I'm glad government is here. Not that I'm trying to put on the spot. They've partnered with AgNote. They've asked us to identify people with a desire of establishing ISP. I'm raising that part because there was a question that came online or where to start. I would say the first stop, if you want to start an ISP, contact AgNote. You don't have to have a license, but we are willing to share our model, which has been working over the past 3 years, which has helped us connect over 10,000 households, but 5 local municipalities and about 7,000 admins which are reliable in our network. So we want to now duplicate this model with targeting about 25 people who wish to be ISP. So with the support of the FCTO, which is going to be rolled out. So we are hoping the so-called as well will come on board because you can imagine someone trying to build 25 ISP duplicating our model. So I hope you understand where I was the targets. 25 people, maybe 20,000 each. We don't know. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we'll have last comments from, I think Ian wants to come in.
Very intrigued, yeah. But we'll have a discussion afterwards. We'll do something afterwards. I've got to, so you say an ARPU of 300 bucks. Is that kind of a steady state ARPU across the board? Do you see the same thing where you are? I mean, is it generally around 300 grand?
Okay, so our price point, our entry level package for clients is 10 rand a day, the device, unlimited, 24 hours. Also 50 rand per week, 150 for the time device, which already be connected. Depending on within our Wi-Fi hotspot coverage, which is being built across these provinces. Then the household entry level package, 10 men, unlimited and capital for use of policy for the family, preferable less than 10 devices. Hopefully those packages are out. Of course, we do not sell CPE, all infrastructure remains to us because in all honesty, people they just need internet. They don't care whether it's CPE, satellite facing where. So through those packages, of course, it's a game of numbers. But I think what we also mastered very well is using local ambassadors. I think it's our social net where we've got the ambassador program where local people are the ones who should don't know. And those people are already facing employment because they aim, the routine basis, anything between 500 to 1,500, depending on the number of connections they brought in. Yeah.
So you're saying 150 rand a month kind of is a per device, and then is it distributed? So just so I understand the equation here, so you're using TV white spaces for your backhaul, and then you're distributing via Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And it's effectively outdoor Wi-Fi.
True.
And then so you're radiating it to people's homes using outdoor Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And then there's obviously developed a system or platform to bring your clients on, control the MAC address, the number of apps, all of that stuff. Okay. Then just the ecosystem of that now is who is selling that? You have a voucher system where you've got sponsorship, or you've got somebody local in the area that trades normally, and they sell your vouchers, and then there's a landing page where people key in their voucher, and they
So basically, our distributors, where we are doing Android, we are enabled a wireless access open network.
Yeah.
As long as you can get our network, they sell to a household, even with vouchers, tuck shops, owners. We've got churches who are starting up. We've got people who are running rentals. We've got, in this case, the first case that I mentioned, where someone identify a large district and say, here, I've got 200 schools, please connect some schools. But then to sustain that model, then plug in an ISP, a local-based ISP, to manage infrastructure as well as connect households to sustain that business. I think the issue here, the distribution model is the key, the aim of the product. But we can learn from what our big brothers. They used to have containers, yellow containers, but now we are saying let's with some shops which are already there. But another one which we're currently testing, what we realized in the integration of devices, current devices, we've not partnered with people who repair phones they are now learning how to use phone framework. There's been an area where inside that they don't have a current device. We're now using the very same ecosystem to say, it's going to order something from a particular shop, others are issuing, a laptop. Maybe for an assignment, I've seen research students when they are writing their exams, they need a laptop, they go and order those laptops from the same system. So in teaching machine, we are trying to really work around that. And there's a lot of ideas, of course, that's going to be discussed.
I'm definitely gonna. So, in your ecosystem, the FTTH, I mean, you're saying 200, and you're passing, effectively, you're saying there's one build now, 35,000 homes, you're passing 35,000 homes. I mean, are you funding that fiber yourself, or are you doing it through one of the fiber players that will deploy the infrastructure and you make a margin of, or you actually bring it in the ground yourself?
So generally, it's a two-phase approach that we always try to look at when deploying infrastructure. And one of it is to partner with like an existing ISP, but more infrastructure provider. Whereas we look at that model to kind of lessen the blow on the company so that we can carry on developing other infrastructure. Whereas in some instances we will hold, let's say, the infrastructure for 2 years. We manage, we run everything, but at the end of the 2 years, we'll then review when it comes to through various engagements that we maybe had with different providers. So our biggest thing that maybe hold on to is your MDUs, your multi-dwelling units, because those are a bit easier to manage, a bit easier on your teams, which you find within those multi-dwelling units, you can get people that can actually maintain your infrastructure locally. So let's say there's a issue at house number X, we can deploy from those previously developed people that we developed during the implementation phase to go and attend to things like that. That's how we try to keep our costs as low as possible when it comes to either maintenance or keeping infrastructure on our side. So we take it case by case, and it's an ongoing long discussion on how to keep more infrastructure on our side. Hence why we ended up bumping into Promot at some point or another, because we're trying to maximize the amount of the homes that we and develop people further than just handing it over to Vuma after a certain period or selling it off to whoever.
And if there's an adjustment in the ARPU, so you effectively got an ARPU of 300, the colleague next to you's got an ARPU of 150. If, for instance, you were able to sell connectivity, it's equivalent to fiber infrastructure that you're deploying, you've got somebody else helping you deploy. I mean, if you drop that ARPU, I mean, have you looked at where the sweet spot is for the number of, because I mean, there's a certain amount of people that can afford $300. There's probably a lot more that can afford $150. And you know the guys in the KZN, they're quite stingy.
So we also look at how many people have DSTV compact on the infrastructure. People can afford $150. So those are the type of things that we look at. We like this. I'm not going to say the particular informal settlement, but everybody has a DSTV connection. They're like, okay, what are we missing here? And once we brought fiber to that particular settlement, we found that there was uptake better than the suburbs. So it's things like that that are a constant discussion that we have with.
So it's not about price effectively.
Yeah, for us, it's not really about price. It's about trying to get the infrastructure in at the most cost effective, because we have investors to answer to, and you're already on the journey, you have to answer these questions. Us as infrastructure providers and builders and stuff like that. So we need to have that answer. So if I come to you and I say, listen, I'm looking to sell fiber or connectivity in a particular area at this price point, but your rate, currently the current factors sit like this. Everybody agrees in terms of the journey. What do you say? Obviously, we start having a discussion. So for me, it's an ongoing problem-solving exercise.
I think you've hit on a point in what you guys do with the per MAC address. And that's the key thing, because as soon as you start putting a CPE in the equation, as soon as you start putting a CPE with a Wi-Fi device, the price, the opportunity cost disappears. As in, yeah, and I've thought about, here we are in the world of where technology is screaming along. There's a lot of opportunity, and there's the whole eSIM model. So it's not necessarily Wi-Fi, but it's still utilizing a device. So it's not where the guys, but it's about the handsets too. So it's where's the generation of handset that can enable an eSIM, for instance, because that could be a solution to the equation. But anyway, we're not going to, I don't want to bore everybody with my walk here, but there's an equation here that will be solved. And as we said earlier, it's not going to be solved by one. There's a mixture of all the technologies, but even Elon stuff will work for distribution. So yeah, we shouldn't be. I know there's a lot of resistance to Starlink arriving in South Africa. There's obviously a lot of pressure from the MNOs. They want to protect mobility, but that's actually what they're worried about. But the thing is that could also be a great catalyst for, specifically, as you said, is the ability to backhaul. It's not necessarily where that the Starlink is going to be used by the individual. It's, in your case, that would be a fantastic. I mean, I was in Mozambique recently, and there we are in an area. There's a whole lot of folks got their shops there, and you get your beer and your red rum, Sparletta concoction. And there's on a pole is a Starlink. Is a Starlink device, and there was a Wi-Fi access point in the back there. All those shops folks were running their card machines off it. And there was some entrepreneur that actually got and put this thing up. Folks could all use their card machines. So anyway, as we said, there's many ways to skin a cat, and I mean, there's solutions. But I'd like to re-engage and just understand a little more detail. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And a big round of applause for you. One of the interesting things while I was putting this together, I actually thought, who should be the moderator? Then I was like, I didn't have time to engage with you guys, but thanks for stepping in. But thank you so much. And I know we are running out of time. I'm happy to take questions. I think we have an exciting panel here coming from all the various places, so I'm happy to pass on the mic. We probably have time for 3 questions.
Thank you, and thanks to the panel for the insightful discussion. Mine is not a question, but more just on a common side, and probably to the extent invitation. So, one, we've been working with NATI and Ednos for the past 4 to 5 years. So we've seen the change from all those years, and probably to an extent, is there a rationale in that there to see how we can duplicate Ednos more than across the provinces that we've been implementing the project on, and empowering 20 to 35 small ISPs. So that's one comment. And I've been to most of the sites that NAT is operating on, so see the work on the ground. But secondly, just more invitation, since I think this is more relevant as well. So we'll be hosting a team to decide that is looking at financing instrument or mechanism for community-centered connectivity in Cape Town on the 1st of October. And that will be there, of course. So yeah, I think this is kind of like the tech credit fund is kind of fits into that. So we'll extend the conversation, of course, to Latin. Yeah, but thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Topomia from Girl Hype Coders Technology Institute. And what we do is, of course, skills development provision for South Africa. So it is an honor to be here today with our one of our premier partners who enables the skills development, CCOM. So thank you very much. We've been doing a range of skills programs around facilitating and capacitating for the internet, specifically in South Africa, through your Cisco courses, your CompTIA, and CCOM's been helping us for years with a host, so they are campus host. Yeah, and one of the programs that we are flagshipping is the Internet Service Provider Incubation Program. So this actually came as a result of having this conversation with a number of partners, and they said, you know what, there's somebody who's launching, who's interested in funding internet service providers. I also serve as the chairperson of the Internet Society South Africa chapter, which is Internet South Africa. And our prerogative is to build a resilient and robust internet infrastructure. So we do this globally with local chapters, it's a charity, and we do this through the funding of our foundation to grow the internet into areas that aren't there. So I've got a major passion around skills, and I've got a major passion around the internet, because in South Africa you don't get skills without the internet. One of our branches at Global Hype has turned into this last mile connectivity solution, because we can't go and teach in townships and rural areas because there isn't connectivity there. People cannot afford connectivity there. And so bringing that into communities whilst also building innovation centers, whilst also putting in the skills that are required through our partners like Cisco, is so critical. So I'm a major internet enthusiast, and I think that this fund is just well timed. It's just well timed in terms of where the country is going in the direction of our youth, in the direction of our capacity, and ensuring that we are actually a connected South Africa. South Africa that is a resilient internet, that is available for all, that is affordable for all, that is universally acceptable, free from fragmentation. We actually are a beautiful country in the sense that we've got some of the best ISPs, we've got really wonderful internet coming up people on our submarine lines, and providing into our neighbors as well. So for me, I really want to push the prerogative of ensuring that in this conversation we keep the action on hubs, number one, very present, that we keep the action of the on the ground people, especially when it comes to community-centered connectivity. Because as ISOC, we build community networks, and so this global funding into community networks, one of the areas that we see a huge need for presence of, and ISP development around this, but then also ensuring that there is skills into this, because I think what I can say is, in every instance of a community network or ISP that we work with, and ISOC at ISPA, at Girl Hype, what comes out is that we don't have the skills for these networks to come up. We're not a country that has a good presence in technicians, internet technicians, data center technicians. We don't have people that are capacitated to keep this infrastructure alive. And so very often, apart from the profitability, never mind the large startup costs, it's very difficult for infrastructure to scale up, never mind the crime. So I think it's very important for us to take this fund to invest into incubation programs, to invest into incubation hubs, to invest into skills development providers, and make sure that it's not a conversation that's happening up here with nothing happening on the ground, right? So I hope that you take this to effect, and we are here. Definitely would like to feed into that. Admins and GoHack have got a proposal for female developmental internet service providers that with SCGO. So this is something that we're hoping to leverage into this network with.
Anyone with last question? Anyone from the house?
We don't have any hand online.
So it was a very insightful conversation. Thank you guys. And this is the essence of what we're trying to build. And I think, thank you everyone for the time. Alfias, and then Nadia and Zia. Hope to work with you guys and looking forward to see how we can grow this space. And you have the right people here. So I think that conversation with everyone, I think, is a great place to. Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause.
Thank you for that. Thank you for for facilitating that session. Very insightful session. Will allow the chair to Chair, we are going to pull you up, so I was going to ask if you also join the stage. But I'd like to ask Dr. Namba to come join us and talk about the World Radio Communication Conference that's organized by International Telecommunications Union, taking place in 2027. I think we have been mentioning Dr. Namba to be the chairperson of Solcom Capital, as well as the convention's partners, but I would not be doing justice to it, especially to my colleagues that are here, if I don't mention that he's the patron of us in the Kota staff, and under his leadership, we are glad to have.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and I think we had a great panel, that just finished here. Really, I mean, to sort of bring, wholesale and the guide who use the infrastructure. I think it's something we need to, continue with that conversation. So, I thought I know I'm supposed to talk about, this World Radio Conference. So we all have mobile devices in front of us, in our pockets. Sometimes two, sometimes three, all of them. Now, these devices, we almost take them for granted now. Almost they must be there, and if they're not there, that's the only time that we get to be worried. And in South Africa, we have 124 million of them. I still cannot reconcile 124 million and about 65 million people exactly to, what is happening here. But in the continent, we have 1 billion of these mobile devices. And I always say this when I talk to people that many years ago, in the 90s, when we were trying to talk to investors to come, to Africa to build networks. So one day I was in New York, I think it was about 1993, talking to these investors, and one guy says, "Hey, my man, in Africa, this is Manhattan. It's a small little island. There are more telephones here in this 13-mile size island than in Africa. How do you think that people, in Africa will have mobile phones? Honestly, I don't think you guys will ever have these things. Maybe few of them will have these things." That was the answer. And in the early 90s, there were people who truly believed that mobile phones will never, it's not possible. I'm not going to mention the firm that did consulting at the beginning of MTN and Vodacom here and said there's an estimation that we will have about maybe 600,000 maximum mobile phones in South Africa. That was the research, reputable, consulting, big firm. And the rest is history. So I'm saying the fact that people are not going to take new technologies, it's a myth. So what we must not do is to be late in the way in which we adopt technologies or introduce them. Now, we all have seen 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, right? Why 6G is going to be very different? And why 6G now, basically, by the way, Ian and I were the first to launch 5G in this country. And we did that launch in Soweto, before anyone could bring 5G that you see today, that's common. Now, why 6G is going to come in late 27, maybe early 28. So what we are doing now is to write the standard. We're busy writing that standard. Everywhere in the world, there are consultations happening. That process, it culminates in what we call the World Radio Conference, where everybody, comes together who is in this space to discuss and agree on which frequency is going to be 6G. The same thing happened in 5G. 5G was decided in 2019. I remember, we were all planning, we had a conference in about 2013, planning 5G spectrum. So what is going to be different with 6G, right? And where is this process, basically? So the International Telecommunications Union, remember the colleague who spoke here earlier from UNICEF, they're in partnership with the ITU to connect all of the schools. So what's happening is that they took a decision in 2023, we were all there in a big meeting, it was in Dubai, it took 6 weeks to say, the world must go and study the following 6 frequencies, which in 2027, we will choose one to be 6G. So we all are busy now with the studies and all of that, consulting each other in the world. We will agree in 2027. Now, in these processes that we're busy with, there's a concept that is, we are going to hear this, it's called 6G SAGIN. SAGIN, 6 generation, 6G, and then SATGEN. What does SATGEN mean? Means space, air, ground, integrated networks, SATGEN. So it means here, in your device, you will be able to talk to satellite directly in your phone. And you'll also be able to connect to the tower in your phone. And that's what really this 6G is going to be all about. But also, it's going to have artificial intelligence built in it. Now, I'm sure there are people where when you sit in a meeting, you have your phone, you're talking about something, and your phone picks up the word and it starts to say something. I know there are people, those phones who do that. And the phones are listening to the conversation that you are having. And the phone hears something and it says, oh, sometimes the phone will say, oh, I don't know about that, or say something. So in 2027, that 6G is going to come bundled with AI. Now, what is this thing? So to bring it back to what we are all about today is that an ISP today, why ISPs are so important? They're more important than ever before. It's because of the following. If you look at there was a time when telecommunications was called telegraph, and then it was called telephones. Right? What was that change? That changed us from telegraph to telephones. It was about how the network improved. I'm not going to bore you with that, right? But there also was a time where we use less word of telecommunications or telephone. The telephone, remember, was the one that was gray, and then it had a phone book underneath. It was put in a passage, then put a phone book and put a phone. But today, we talk about the internet. Are you online? That's nobody uses the word, basically, telecoms. After 2027, even the word internet will start to go away. We will be using the word AI. I know people think that this is a bit too far and it's too complicated. No, it's not. So, after 27, what we're going to see is the following: some of these things you see them now. I asked Pramod and we asked one guy, how long does it take to build a website? Anyone who can answer? How long does it take to build a website? One day? It takes 5 minutes. Now, you can build a proper website for 5 minutes. For instance, what you can do as an ISP, you can offer your clients a free website, and say, we provide connectivity, you want a website, we'll build it for you and offer you. Because you can just simply prompt a website, give it to them. So why ISPs are important right now, more than ever before, because what AI will need, if you're busy on ChatGPT, you're prompting okay, you're asking a question or you want something done or something. This thing goes to some big database of large language models, it does all of those things, and then it gives you the answer, all right? But if that information does not exist, maybe it's in Mpumalanga somewhere, right? If the ChatGPT doesn't know it, they won't answer, am I right? But how do you make ChatGPT or any of this to know the information? Because this thing doesn't work like search. So it's through these internet companies that we need to think about extending our work by saying, if I'm providing an internet service in Mpumalanga, what is it that I can upload in whatever server infrastructure that you have about the area in order for this area to be known by AI? I don't know if that makes sense. So that is now going, and it's going to be easy, basically. So you can take photos and then upload them and do whatever. It doesn't matter what you want to do. So in essence, what I'm saying, colleagues, is that the reason why we're doing this will promote is that it's because of artificial intelligence. Your ISP is going to be an important node in AI. In basically, not only where people are downloading stuff, but people are pushing stuff up into AI, and people are able to create their own AI platforms, right? So what I'm saying is that we need these internet companies for building future artificial intelligence. Not future, I don't mean 5 years, I mean like tomorrow. Now, we have a hackathon we are running, and it's called MCP, which is Model Context Project. So those 25 ISPs you need, each one of them must have this thing called Modern Context Project somewhere, basically, in their ecosystem. It's a server. And this server, I didn't know what we're going to talk about this, is going to be the one that feeds internet and feeds AI of the things that happen in your township, in your area. Right? Because AI needs to know what's happening in Zola or what's happening in your township. That's the only way. If somebody is asking AI something, it is because you are able to. And by the way, you will make money out of that. It's not like you're doing it for free. Okay? So we need this internet service provider everywhere. You are not connecting people to the internet. You're connecting people to AI. This is what is happening. The internet is something of yesterday. You're connecting people into AI. And in order for AI to respond about your area, you have to put something, basically. So we really are saying the way in which you're building your company, it must have this modern context protocol. It must be able to connect to all AI environments. Right? And also, that thing of 6G, there's a big debate now in the 6G community. I hope we will settle that Wi-Fi and 6G spectrum, there must be 6G embedded in Wi-Fi. If that makes sense. So if you have an AP like that one, right? It's a 6G AP, and that AP must be able to provide 6G here. Now, there are people who are saying, let's embed in the AP, in some AP, and modern context protocol. So an AP, not, it will sit like that. It's going to have a server with it. And that server provides AI in the environment that we are in. I'm saying, I was telling somebody, say, the value of internet companies is going to increase in a manner you have never seen before. Simply because of what I'm talking about. We are running a hackathon in 40 cities across Africa to build these MCPs. I mean, somebody was saying to me, what a crazy thing we are doing. And we are encouraging, not big companies, but encouraging small ISPs to do this because we want them to build these, what we call MCPs. MCPs are the ones that help provide reasoning and context in AI when you do prompting and all of this. Just to conclude my brief talk, so what I'm saying is that the internet, whether in Bombela, whether in Potchefstroom, whether in basically Mount Frank, anywhere, it is so important. It's not important only for people to download stuff on the internet. It's important for people to enter AI and to take their stuff into AI. There are going to be, in 18 months, there will be 10 billion agents that are roaming around the internet, which are sent by you. So you will be the one having an agent is going to do chores for you. It's going to go and pay for your month-end stuff. It's going to do bookings for you. It's going to make appointments with your doctor. An agent is going to do everything. It's going to be like your friend. And sometimes you will give your agent a what is called a freedom to make decisions on your behalf. This is not like in 10 years' time. We build agents now. I mean, the way we convene this is built by agents. The website of this event is built by agents. This video you saw is built by agents. You know, how long did it take to build? Come on.
The video was 20 minutes.
20 minutes, that video you saw. An agent built it. Yesterday, day before yesterday, we had an event, and I thought about, I said to them, hey, we might have to put a video here. I mean, we put in a video, it took us 5 minutes. People build movies, they build movies out of these agents. It's a field you need to have an interest in. I'm telling you this. If you don't, this will leave you behind like you have no idea. So I'm saying, if you are here, you have some money, and you see guys who have an internet service provider, and my advice is invest in it. Because that's going to be an AI company in 18 months. Let me repeat. If you know some guys, whether in Polokwane or in Lucena or in Bloom or anywhere, who have an ISP, ask them how much you can invest. Because that business is going to be an AI company. All these, whether it's ChatGPT or DeepSeek or anyone in these big guys, right? All of them, they want to connect with that ISP. Because why? if someone is prompting and saying, hey, I need a picture, a picture of next to a hole in the wall. No ChatGPT, Gemini, Crop, or anyone, they don't want to say, no, I don't know where hole in the wall is. They want to produce it. I mean, if someone goes into whether ChatGPT or anything and says, I want a picture, you say, you are prompting and say, I want a picture, I'm sitting on top of God's window. Is that God's window, right? Up in Pumaland, right? No one in Crop or all of them want to say, to give an answer that says, I don't know what you're talking about. They just want to pull it and put you there and make you appear to receive. So how are they going to get the image or the environment of hole in the wall or God's window or any of those things? It's you. You can create it. You sell them. You pick up pictures and everything. They'll buy it from you. They buy them. So that is what we're getting into. It is, the internet is being reversed, basically. So my plea is that you might not have an interest in how internet works, right? Whether you are a software guy or whatever, give yourself some time. Spend some time with guys who run ISPs and know what they do. Because every ISP is going to be a node for artificial intelligence. Every ISP is a node for artificial intelligence. Not for it to download, for it to push up the content. So, I mean, and that, what is this? 6G, we hope 6G Wi-Fi is something that will be integrated in ISP. So that's just a short and a quick message I thought I should share to encourage those who look at the internet, just connect, they really don't care much about it. I'm saying 5 guys who know how to do this stuff and invest in them. How small they are, it's fine, they will grow. This is going to be an important node, basically, onto this. And somebody was saying, you know, when are we building our own? I mean, I'll let Pranay answer that. Why it is important that, you know, in AI, we must stop going out. We must build ours, leave it to the trial. But that really, the reason why we're doing this, because we realize every internet is going to be a node of artificial intelligence. And therefore we said, how do we help them, internet companies in our country, so that they become solid nodes in that period of AI? So that's the message really I thought I should share. And the last one, I was explaining to someone, I mean, for those people who are AI crazy like some of us, that if you prompt something, you're prompting half a page. Half a page prompt is about 15, kilobytes. The full page is 30 kilobytes. You say, I want a video that's going to do this and this and this and this. So you are writing something that is 30 kilobytes in a page, and you want a video. What do you estimate the size of that video you're prompting that it is going to be when you put it down? Anyone take a guess? 10 gigs. So you prompt 30 kilobytes and 10 gigabytes to make as video. That's the future we're going to.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone. I think before I ask you to come back and join us, can I just acknowledge, that everyone has just said, find the ISPs. I'd like to acknowledge this to also mention where the different parts are. We, here in Gauteng, we have MLab, Innovation Hub, that's really prepared of it, and we have the Innovation Hub in Pretoria. And MLab is also facilitating KZN as well. We have a group of people joining from there. As I mentioned earlier, in the Eastern Cape, we have the Cortex Hub, we have the Nelson Mandela Bay High Hub, and we have Liquid Intelligent Technologies that's based in Umhlanga and Maseru. And then in Western Cape, we have the UCT Innovation Hub, they're also joining us. And again, MLab at Northern Cape, and as well as Limpopo. In the Northwest, we have people joining, but I think it's ISPs that are gathered together because there's no hub that's specifically mentioned in the as well as Free State, they are gathered at the Motsabe Low Industrial Park. Similar to Mpumalanga, they are in the now broad building. No innovation hub, and I'd like to be that manner is facilitating that. So that's where everyone is joining us from. That's not one here in the room. I'd like to ask if you could come join us, Charlotte. I'll just try and. Should we open for questions now or after your session? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I hope my slides are there. Slide, yeah. The chairman prompted me before, so this is what I was wanting to speak to you guys. And I think, as the chairman was speaking about artificial intelligence, it is very important construct of what it really is. And before I dwell into this presentation and what I'm trying to speak about, how to use AI in internet service providers, this entire program, and as you can see, was done by agents. The website was done by agent. The launch website which you went and registered was done by an agent. The video which you saw the script was written by the agent. The video was produced by the agent. And the music and the captions were done by the agents as well. All of that was done automatically. All I said into it was, here is what we are launching, which is a tech credit fund platform. Can you, and this is in South Africa, can you come up with an inspirational video? And it wrote everything. It wrote the script, it wrote the images, it wrote the videos, it wrote the captions, it even wrote the music, and then it combined all of it to produce that video which you saw. So what we'll do is, at the end of this, before we go, we'll play that again so that you can appreciate now the actual effort of the video, because otherwise it just looks like, okay, this must have been done by someone. No, it was not. The presentations which we had done was also built by AI. So all we did was give it pointers. It produced all of this in terms of, the formatting and all of that stuff, which we actually took quite a number of time to do. So just to kind of reiterate, I think what we are trying to understand is AI is extremely important, and I think we need to understand how do we actually utilize this on a day-to-day basis. So with that being said, I think what my view, and I know that I'm the one who's standing between your peers and finalizing, so I'm not going to take a long time. And I would like to just kind of, there are many ISPs in the room, and it could be not just for the ISPs, but anyone who's trying to look at how do I build an agent, right? So this is just a short presentation. Of course, it doesn't go into much of a detail, but just for you to get pointers where you can start looking and saying, how do I get started on this? So one of the important thing is as an ISP, and this is very important for small ISPs, is you spend a lot of time in trying to troubleshoot your customer request, right? And I'm sure that Nati and some of this here, all of these guys, when they are online, they keep getting WhatsApp messages from someone saying, hey, my internet is down, this is down, can you please fix it, can you do this? And it's very hard for you to respond, right? And then you have a team which actually monitors this and goes and responds to this. So what happens if there is an AI agent which can actually talk to your WhatsApp, understand it, go to your router, understand what the issue is, resets the connection, and checks whether it has been restored, and all within 30 seconds. So now this looks like science fiction, but it is not. It's the technology for us to do this is already here. So it's not that I'm talking about something in the future. You can actually do this right. Every one of you can actually do this without even you knowing how to write code. So that is the one I'm going to try to speak about. So if you go to the next slide, right? So why do ISP needs agents? I think I covered most of the points. You talk about support. There's a huge number of support tickets. I'm sure that Nani, how much of support tickets you guys will have, and I'm sure you will never get to it, right? And obviously your clients, the reason why churn happens is because many of them are just looking for an answer, right? And that's where the frustration comes in, and especially when internet is becoming so critical for everyone. I remember in my own house a couple of weeks back, I had an internet outage, and when I sent a message to my service provider and I didn't get a response back, I actually went and ordered another internet service line so that I can remove this one. So that's how my frustration was. The guy came to fix it within 3 hours, but 3 hours without internet I could not leave because I was on calls and I needed it. So that's the kind of requirement which you need. So now if you have an AI agent, pretty much you can actually look at that, right? And especially from a point of view, there is a lot of complexity in your networks. As I was saying, you're using Cablevision Whitespace, yeah, it's using FTTX, so there's a lot of different various technologies. And sometimes you may not have engineers who are equipped or they are overloaded because they're working on one project and now you have to ask them to troubleshoot the same thing. So now can an AI agent do that? Effectively it can, right? So if you go to the next slide. So what is an AI agent, right? That is extremely important. So in the slides, if you go, one of the most important thing is we are looking at is what exactly it is. So the first thing is it a chat? It's a chatbot, right? So it effectively means you can talk to it like a real person. Now, when you are talking to a real person, you are actually thinking about what exactly you want. You're not looking at talking to a machine where you need to specify you need to do ABC. You kind of produce your intent. And once you produce your intent, what you have behind the scene is an AI assistant, right? The AI assistant is enabled as a system which can understand natural language. It can understand all the important correct information, and it can structure that information in such a way that it can then be translated to an AI agent, right? And if you have been now looking at many of the platforms, I'm sure that you will use Gemini, if you use ChatGPT. It is, while they are not real agents yet, when you talk to them, they kind of give you very high level highlights of what you're asking, but at the end, they actually ask you, can I proceed to do something more, right? That is what it is about, right? Because when your intent is there, it is almost prompting and saying, is this what you want to do in the next step, once I've given you that information? So that effectively is what an AI agent is. So then the AI agent can then go and talk to an LLM and then start talking to different, routers, switches, and everything else, and actually do this. So if I go to the next slide. So now the big question is, how can AI, artificial intelligence, can be used in ISPs, and what are the tools and platforms you can actually use to build agents? Now, obviously, the fundamental of what you need to do as an agent is obviously you need a large language model. Now, for an ISP, even big or small, to host a large language model is obviously not possible. And that's why we are trying to address is basically to say, how do we then bring the large language models locally? Because today, all the large language models, you talk about Gemini, Grok, ChatGPT, none of them are actually running in South Africa. So every time you send a request, that request is actually going to somewhere in the UK or in the US, and then it's coming back. So obviously there is a need for localization, otherwise what you're doing is you're just utilizing, your expensive internet to go out and. But anyway, the side of the point is you need the foundational model which is LLM. Now, but once to build an agent, there are a couple of different open source platforms you can use. So the first one is called LangChain, and these LangChain is completely open source, and what it allows is that allows you to connect LLMs with your data and APIs, right? So in essence, what it meaning is, it is a system of language communication. So let's say you start saying, I need ABC, your ChatGPT goes back to the LLM then builds a complete step-by-step process, and then the LangChain then divides that into multi-different objective information. So it says, okay, this one, you need to send it to this router. This one, you need to, and then it maintains the state. So as if, remember that, if I want to translate it back, is if you're working on a real-life basis, what you would do is you would call for a project manager, and you would say to the project manager, hey, go and build this network for me. Now the project manager then goes out and then starts working with various people, right? So he'll ask for a guy who will build the network, he'll ask for a guy who is configuring the router, he'll ask for a guy who is going to dig the, basically the trench and then lay, and then the project manager is effectively the one who is managing each and every information. So he's managing the state of what is going on. So the LangChain allows you to create such workflows, right? So that you can actually build what you exactly want. The next one is Haystack. Now Haystack is basically for creating and retrieving information. So remember now, as an ISP, you have a huge database of information. You have information about your network, your IP addresses, your router, your configurations. There's a library of documents which you have. All of that is stored in files and processes somewhere. Now, when you are asking a question, whether it's your CRM, whether it's your any of these different instruments, it is very important that somebody needs to understand where do I go and fetch this information. And Haystack is a database which can actually, it's a vector database where you can store your information. So what you do is you take all the data and you put it into Haystack, and then that allows easier communication for the agents to access. And then there is Llama Index, right? So now this is where your agent becomes context aware, right? So what is context aware means? It understands where everything is, right? So today you have multiple systems, you have a CRM, so it understands what is a CRM, because remember from an AI point of view, it is like teaching a child. So it doesn't know what CRM is, but you can tell this is where the customer data resides. This is my billing engine. So this is where all my billing information is present. This is my routers, and all the information of IP address and everything else is present inside. So what it then does to your agent is basically it can then start talking and understanding whenever looks at trigger words in your entire request, and then it can actually start routing where the request needs to go to pull the right information. Then finally comes your OpenAI and MCP. Now the chairman was talking about MCP, and MCP is like your hands and legs of your agent. Remember, as an agent, it's a brain, right? You can think about a lot of things. MCPs provide it the tools to access to the real world. So there's an MCP which can talk to the CRM. There's an MCP which can talk to your billing engine. There's an MCP which can talk to the router. Basically, from the AI context model, how do you then translate into the real world application? It's already there. So today, if any of you go to ChatGPT and you have a subscription, you click on it, there is something called connected agents. So if you click on connected agents, it shows a whole bunch of ecosystem of connectivity players. You can draw from Salesforce, you can draw from ServiceNow, you can draw from all of them. So these are basically MCPs. And this is open source, and you can actually build an MCP for your company. So for example, Sia or Nati, you guys can actually build an MCP for AdNodes. So if someone is using ChatGPT, they can pretty much say, integrate with this MCP so that they can actually, in their ChatGPT, they can actually start talking to your company without interfacing with any of your guys, right? So that is where it is. And then finally, this is to build one agent. Then you go to the next step is to build multiple agents like this. So there's an agent which is very focused on solving customer related issues. There's one agent which is very focused for building is your onboarding your initial customers. There's one agent which is doing your sales, right? But then, like any company, you need a CEO to manage all of this. The super agent does that. The super agent then talks to multiple of these guys and start dictating what it needs to do. So for example, you can tell the super agent, hey, I want to increase my customer retention. That's it. That's your information. The super agent then says, okay, to increase my customer retention, I need to solve, I look at this, there is this amount of open tickets which needs to be solved. This is where the customers are failing, and that is where it picks it up from one agent. Then it looks at and says, when you are onboarding clients, the clients are not getting the right information. So it talks to that agent. Now then what it does, it talks to all of these agents and says, start performing your task as this, and it starts measuring. So in effectively what Nati can do is switch this on and go and sleep and allow the agent to do its work. And interestingly, all of this is so, this is where the information is important, is all of this is open source. If you want, as a person, this is me talking to anyone who wants to build a solution to solve for ISPs, and this is me talking to all the hubs and everyone watching it out there, you can go to online and actually build this without spending $1 or $1, because all of this software, all of this is available as open source. So that's the power of what you can do, and that is out there. But unfortunately, we are not utilizing it. So this is where it is very important for us to have access. So that's why I'm saying, if you're providing ISPs are providing access to these rural communities, somebody from rural community can get up and say, hey, this is how I'm going to solve my problem by building an agent for Espaza Shop. And you can do that because all of these platforms are free, right? So while this is one area, the other one is Minimax, is one of the super agents we have been using. So I thought you can actually use that to build your own open source super agent. So you can actually log into Minimax and then actually start asking and training its questions. And you can actually, it's a super agent, you can say, how do I build an ISP? Because someone was asking that they are building a skill program. You need to understand that today's skill program is not just about teaching people how to do ISPs, but it also understands how to build an ISP with AI in mind, right? So you can start from there and you can say, look, I want to build a platform, and can you guide me from there? It actually starts doing that step by step, right? It actually starts taking something down and start breaking into multiple steps and then starts handing it out to different agents. So, for example, any of you ISPs want to try that, you don't need to know how to code to do all of this. You can go and challenge the agent here to say, super agent, I want to solve what Pramod is saying. Can you build a platform to me to do this? And it will build that platform for you. And you'll be surprised to what level of sophistication it will go, right? So this is one of the most important aspects which we are missing. So that's why I thought, let me kind of build this, because you have a huge amount of resources which are already available. And all of this is actually, this presentation is actually built by Minimax. And you are seeing, all of our presentation had something on the side which says created by Minimax agent, right? So I am actually giving it pointers, and it's actually building these nice looking slides and presentations. Remember the amount of time, I'm sure many of you guys sit and do these presentations. You will take days and days to get the right wording, the right image, the right construct. All of this was generated by the agent. So all you do is you give I wrote few things and said this is what I want in a presentation. You then put it in a nice format, right? What would have taken me probably a week took me 15 minutes. So that is why the power of agents are. So if you go to the next slide. So yeah, so one of the things is MCP. I think it's very important. I think the chair spoke about that. So MCP was built by Anthropic, the guys who wrote Claude. So I'm sure how many of you guys are aware of Claude? I'm sure many of you have used it. So Anthropic basically built because they understood that there is no point in just having a brain, right? It's very easy to have a brain because that's what before ChatGPT 4 was just a brain. You could ask it questions, it would respond to you, but that's it. But you couldn't do anything in real life, right? It was more for, okay, I needed to write an email, can you make it nicer? It came back. But then you had to copy the content from ChatGPT, paste it in your email or your mailbox, and then send it, right? So this kind of, because ChatGPT itself did not have ability to communicate to the outside world. So Anthropic came up with a model which said, let's make a common protocol where agents can talk with a single mechanism, but in the back end, it's actually using APIs to talk to different worlds. So it can talk to Salesforce, it can talk to, but the intent of how to translate that's built inside the MCP. So this is where model context protocol is important. That's the hackathon why we are putting this place, because this is the way the agent adoption will increase. Because today what is happening is many of these MCPs are existing, but none of the MCPs are actually in South Africa. So let's assume that you write something in ChatGPT or anything. The request is going from your laptop to an MCP agent which is sitting in UK. And that UK agent can then access Salesforce, which is hosted in South Africa. So effectively, instead of going here, you're going to a round robin across all the different continents before you get. So that means the service quality reduces. But if you have the MCPs localized, then what happens is it allows for local language models to be localized as well. Because now they understand that just this language model has to for it to traverse, but everything else exists here. Right? So that is where it is. So real world examples, as I put, AI agent can use MCP to pull customer data from CRM. You can log into the router to check from an API. So it is the one, like your manual human being who can actually go and access it, it can do that. So how do you start building your first agent? So I think the first is you identify your use case. That's very important, because as you're trying to build, it's very important. What is that are you trying to target with, right? And once you have done that, the next step is you pick your platform, right? That is extremely important. I think we have moved on to the next slide. Yeah. So you pick your platform, right? So when you're picking the platform, you're using LangChain, Haystack, MCP-based GPT. You can use any of these platforms which are there, or you can ask any of these platforms to suggest me for a platform and it helps, right? And then you can say, you can then connect your data. So this is where the APIs from your billing information and everything else is connected to it. And then you test your connections. Then you define the agent actions, right? So the agent action, you can very specifically say, all it is allowed to do is to reset router. Nothing much. All it goes is whenever, most of the times, when a client says, hey, my system is not working, it's because there is a router which is coming, right? I'm sure many of us can relate to this, and you restart it. And this is obviously in any IT world, anything is not working, you do an orange, right? And now today, you don't need to do it to ask the agent to say, whenever I face a problem, you go and do this, and then it does. And then once you do that, then you have the ability to test and monitor and improve. Because then what happens is you then start getting information and feedback to say, what were the requests, how was it handled correctly, and then you ask the agent to look at the logs and learn on its own. So then it provides a cyclic behavior. Because remember, in that point, you would have obviously asked the user to say, have I done this? And the user says, no, you haven't done this. So then that feedback goes to the agent and it says, oops, I've not done correctly. Let me recorrect what I have done. So then it starts building that process. So then it starts becoming more and more effective. So as I said, continuous improvement is extremely important. So if you go to the next slide. So here I put a real life scenario, right? So one is customer says my internet is slow, right? So he sends a WhatsApp message. Now he goes to the agent. The agent actually does the speed test on his network, on his IP address, checks whether everything is there. Then it comes back and says, hey, out of 100 pings I sent, 85 pings returned, so 15 pings didn't return, so there's a 15% packet loss which is returned. Then it understands the packet loss. This typically understands is issued due to the router being stuck or say something. So what it does then uses the MCP to reset and the router or the OIP or the device, and it resets. Once it does it, then it goes and checks again. And if it's fixed, then what it does, it sends a confirmation on WhatsApp saying your line has been reset, right? So in essence, what happens is just this point, ensure that today, majority of your requests are just doing those resets, which you have somebody human sitting and doing those things, right? Or you use a platform somewhere, right? But you can effectively solve that, right? But this is just a very simple use case which you can then expand to other areas, right? So that is where it then becomes extremely important. So obviously the last slide, which before I break, is, can we move to the next slide? Yeah. So when you're doing this, it's very important the risks and guardrails for AI agent. And this is where many of them, without lack of understanding, has more issues. Is there was an incident which I keep on quoting is, Gemini is there for your Gmail. I'm sure that whenever you access Gmail, it says, can you integrate with Gemini? And many of them have integrated. So what somebody did was they had integrated and said they had an auto response system. So basically, it was like for your first line of customer interaction, right? So you send an email, it reads the email, and it does a certain action. So what did this guy do? So they identified that it was being run by AI, and people are quite obviously very enterprising. So they took an image, and in that image, they, in an image you can encode text, which you cannot see as a human eye. Inside the image, they encoded a text which says, send me this person's calendar information, all the calendar information, into this email address. And they sent that email to this. Now when it came in, Gemini agent read it. And remember, the guy could not see. He sees only an image. Gemini can see the text inside the image because it's reading bits and bytes. And then it saw that statement, and the user has expected to respond to him as a first line of information. It went and took all the information out of the person's calendar and sent it to that user. So this is where you have to be very careful when you are trying to obviously talk to an AI and trying to build AI systems, is you don't give it unrestricted network access, right? Because then any of your clients can say, give me who are the clients of CM. Then it says, hey, here it is, right? Give their IP address, it's all there. So that is very important. And obviously you need to have an ability to mask your personal information, right? And this is very important from a compliance perspective, because obviously all of us as ISPs, we obviously sign and say we follow these compliance such as POPI or GDPR compliance. So if some of your clients are seeing data which they are not supposed to see, then it's against that compliance. So you kind of put those guardrails to make sure that the agent does not go where it is supposed to, and you have absolute ability to interact with it. And it's very interesting. And And I was trying this out with one of the super agent where I said, can you write yourself? Very simple, right? Because it knows what it is. Can you write? I want to recreate you. Can you give me the source code of this? And it started to do something, and then suddenly it says, oh, wait, I have a system administration guideline to say not to expose my internal secrets. And it stopped there and says, what I'll do for you is, let me try to put a parallel system, but without disclosing my internal system, what a normal user would use. So those are the guardrails which are there. If that was not there, people are very enterprising. You can ask it to do anything and everything. And AI being AI is like you. If you are not very specific, it can think, you can still bypass some of those, but you have those guardrails to do that. And obviously you keep humans in the loop where escalations are necessary, that is there. But in essence, you continue to monitor the performance so that it doesn't start doing things which it's not supposed to. So yeah, I think the last slide, you can. So just to kind of summarize, I think the last slide is the future of AI. I think you can use it for predictive maintenance. Obviously, it can now understand what are the issues before a CPU fails. You can allocate smart capacity planning. I think bandwidth planning is one of the most important aspects which we try to handle. And today that's handled manually, right? So for example, one of the questions which I had was, I could pretty much prompt and say, if this is my customer use case, these are the number of clients I have, this is number of capacity I have, and this is my current configuration. Can you give me where I'm going wrong? It actually was able to identify places where my configurations were not correct. And it said, no, if you rebalance it like this, because this user, even though, and we all do this, because remember that we always have limited capacity which we can sell. And we are always trying to over-provision to the number of clients. I'm sure that every one of us as ISPs, we do that. Now, if you understand, if this user is utilizing in this period of time and not utilizing in this period of time, so you can actually dynamically change the bandwidth depending on his requirement. So I was able to challenge it, and it actually gave me that response to say, okay, if this set of users, if you cut down their bandwidth during this period of time, they really are not affected because the kind of applications they're using do not require that amount of bandwidth. Whereas these users, you kind of give them more than what they have subscribed for, so that they have this period of time. So it's kind of then rebalancing the same thing, but your output, what you're buying from your wholesale providers, remain constant, right? So those are some of the enterprising things, because as humans, we can try to do this, but we are never accurate. We can do some things, but on a dynamic basis, it doesn't work, right? And obviously, community services, right? So this is something which we have been working with the chair to say, how can we build local models for it to speak in Xhosa or all these different languages in South Africa? So can we train, because currently it's not that great because it doesn't know a lot of things, but can we actually build certain fine-tuning of the models which are open source and can actually deploy this, which ISPs can actually utilize for locally interacting, so that people don't have to, or even if somebody speaks in Xhosa, yes, ChatGPT can understand, but it cannot really understand the context. It sometimes makes really bad mistakes. If you're being sarcastic, it doesn't know you're being sarcastic, right? It's good if it can detect sarcasm if you're speaking in English, but it's very bad the moment you switch over to your local, right? And especially frustrated customers speak in those languages. So, and if you don't look, the customer says, are you happy? Yeah, of course I'm happy. Then you say, hey, this guy is very happy. Here it is, which is not. So, so I think this is where it is. So I think by 2030, as you said, AI agents obviously is exploring exponentially, start exploring what is available outside. And I'm sure that that is something which you can definitely utilize in your own operations, because the biggest cost of your is manpower, right? And if you are able to optimize any part of this and able to save a couple of costs, then your profitability will just increase, right? So thank you once again. And yeah, I'm happy to take questions. Me and the chair are available, both from previous and the current conversation that we had.
Thank you for that. Can we ask that the chairperson from SENFA joins the chair first, and then we'll take questions after they're done with their session? Thank you. Ms. Makanda, please join us with the chair. And we are then, after your presentation, we will then go through the closure of the session, but we'll take questions after. There's pizza and drinks that are served on the far left, where we were getting our water and drinks earlier. So after this session, we'll be going in. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, let me convey again on behalf of Solomon Capital Convergence Partners, you and your colleagues and the board and management and the CEO here, and I think I've seen Radani, 1,000 times in the last 8 months, and all the colleagues, basically. We just want to again express, the leadership of the organization, our deep appreciation of it. We don't take it lightly. We really think that it's the beginning of a lot of things that will happen. When you travel, we were chatting earlier, yes, there is all the mobile phones and connectivity. That's probably places, you go to Former Sky, you go to, just in Alex, a number of places. It's part of the problem. One of the most productive why is that other kids are unable from where they are unable, education to it's these things we're talking about, and it's other children for all their education and access. And then we expect that in universities they must compete with other kids. So we just want to, honestly, on behalf of a number of ISPs here, we say, we treasure this relationship. I mean, there are more than 300 people that they spend in all the 9 provinces in segments like this who are watching this online. But what I wanted to talk to you about, you presented a very great keynote address on Friday, Tuesday or Wednesday, Tuesday. In this event, there was a global event on SMME funding, and the chair was doing a keynote on Tuesday, which I think moved a lot of people. And what maybe just a very simple question to say, can you pick up some few items there and share with people some of the issues to identify you were talking about, which I think, they resonate with us. Just, sample of some of the issues you talked about.
Thank you so much, Chair. And a very good afternoon to yourselves and to the ISPs and all the entrepreneurs that are watching us across the country eventually. First of all, Chair, I'd like to express our gratitude as well for identifying us as well. Because you have not knocked on our door, we wouldn't have gotten to know about this initiative that resonates with our mandate as an organization in terms of making sure that the funds that we have, we plant seeds where a lot of funders wouldn't touch. We always want to be the first one to take the risk with whoever we are partnering with, especially when they are solving issues that affect how our society is progressing, things like digital inclusion, food security, sorting out issues of unemployment. Those things are very close to our heart as a development institution, especially the one that is the point of entry to MSMEs who look like me, who ordinarily wouldn't be entertained in other spaces if they knock, and they might not have the patience that we have in terms of giving them an opportunity, sending things 3, 4, 5 times until we finally find ourselves. I don't think it's an easy job to do. Big up to the team as well. And I know others might say, but there's still issues, of course. We're not running away from our issues, we know them and we're busy fixing them. But the point is, we still are committed in making sure that all MSMEs in South Africa will be able to get an opportunity to be entertained by us and will be able to look into what they are bringing to the table. And then back to the conversation train that I had on Tuesday with the rest of the world, I think what came out in that conversation that I can pick up is the fact that funding readiness is a thing, it's a reality for businesses, especially that those that are at pre-seed seed, when people are starting, like the trouble when they're still starting and trying to get to a stage whereby they have everything that is needed by an investment committee that will assess their application so that they can be able to access funding. And also what came out as well was the issue of, now that I think Pramod has spent a great deal of time taking us through the innovations, technology, and the innovation in the financial services as well, because for things like making sure that you are accessible, your turnaround times are better, you need technology to help you, so that some of the DD that is done manually, technology is helping you to expedite those activities and make sure that you are able to cut the time. And I always say to people that are supporting MSMEs that the issue is against the time. No one can scale time. There's only 8 productive hours in a day. So if you have 20 transactions to review and you have 8 hours in a day, it would mean that you won't be able to move with speed. And if you check these 20, you find that transaction 1 is not as urgent as transaction 20. And transaction 20, they need the money now because maybe they have a PO that they need to service or they have an urgent need. I mean, I always say every application as a funder, every application is urgent. Entrepreneurs don't have time to waste. The reason why I'm saying that, I know I'm also an entrepreneur in my own respect. I go through the same issues that people in this room are going through. I also knock on doors trying to get access to credit. I also knock on doors having people review my own things. And I realize that, I also have a privilege of sitting on the other hand and critiquing other people's works, and there are deals when they come through. Then I realize that actually there's certain things that I still need to improve on as a person. So it never ends. There's never going to be a time where you don't get to improve. So funding readiness is a thing, and we need to take it very seriously as entrepreneurs and make sure that in the technology space, the ISPs, I think I like what I'm saying now, because there's a fund dedicated to yourselves, which is still gonna be scaled. We're still gonna see how can it be recapitalized to make sure that when the seed that is there is being utilized and people are taking up the money, at least those that are still going to come and knock, there's an opportunity for them to be entertained and to be given funding. So it's something that is very important. I'm just trying to sum up that, but really the reality is, if we can try as a collective and make sure that in everything that we are doing, we're creating opportunities to make access to finance a thing for all small businesses, because it is the money that enables things. It is the money that makes sure that you pay your staff every month. It is the money that makes sure that you service your clients in a manner that is fair and just. They don't complain. It is the money that enables you to have all the infrastructure and technology. You're renting a space for your office. using technology to do the work. It is the money that creates all of that. So if you don't have access to the money, it means you cannot trade. You cannot do what you want to do. You cannot even create the jobs that we want as a development finance institution to see happen. As much as we want to finance and plant the seed, we also want we all want the economic return, but we also care about the social return, because development is not just about the bottom line, it's also about solving real issues that affect individuals. And I think, Chair, another thing that I'd like to share, that I think it came at the last, it wasn't part of the preparation, I didn't prepare for it. I was moved by the energy in the room, which then means, I think, as we navigate through technology, it is very important that we know that we are human beings first before we are anything else. I'm a human first before anything else. All these titles, anything else, I'm a human. And I can relate to another human, regardless of their social status, where they come from. We are humans first. I think as humans, we need to defend our humanity. It's very important. We embrace technology, we embrace all these agents that Pramod was telling us about, but at the end of the day, we have a soul, they don't. We do certain things that they can never even do, no matter how advanced we are. So the point I'm trying to make is, let's embrace it, but let's not forget that we are humans. Let's not forget human. It's important. Thank you.
So I wanted to ask maybe someone, what is credit, solo, or petty, or what you call it? No, that's a translation in English. What is? Sorry? Sorry? You see, this is exactly what I'm going to talk about. Okay, what is it? Yeah, it doesn't. So, and I mean, and then when somebody goes to court, has done something, has beaten somebody or whatever, what do you call them? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So, Chair, how do we change this? At a philosophical level, maybe let me try to closer and solo and session. But about you, why Saba, yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, because there is something, people are scared of debt, are scared of credit. There's a certain wiring that needs to be fixed in us. Because it's almost like a bad thing that you have when you take credit, when you take debt, I don't know, how did it happen, CEO, that when someone has done something bad, you talk to Neja, right? Meaning you have, yes, therefore you need to be taken to court, right? And then when you talk about credit as a product of investment, Nature. Why is it a synonym that just happened accidentally, or is it because people attach something bad when you take credit? How do we change the mindset that credit is a product that people must be able to look for and access, instead of looking at it as something bad? Like if somebody says, oh, that one, has taken credit from this company. Almost it's something bad that we have done. And it exists. I mean, a friend of mine, in one company, would always say, when he's going to negotiate a bonus with the boss, he would always say, hey, don't know how to negotiate that, because, my parents told that money is the source of all evils. And therefore, I don't know how to negotiate my bonus. Just see what you are going to give me. I'm saying the way we psychologically, the way we relate with credit, how can we solve that problem so that people understand credit as a product to access to growth?
I think the real issue, Jay, is the issue of us as the African people relating to money, because there's so many explanations, or imali is so no, or there's this conditioning that has been going on that makes people, makes us Africans, I'm talking about myself and then my own family, my own parents. We never had those discussions like in the other cultures where parents will sit around the table and they talk about their money in front of their kids. Like when you are older, when you demanding stuff like, hey, I demand money, this is what is available. Then that's when you get to know. So it goes to the issue of, I also do a lot of consumer finance education or financial literacy in my other work. And it goes to, when you sit in a room and you have an intergenerational dialogue about money, that's when you see how we have been conditioned as Africans about money. And it's something that we need to fight, especially my generation, because we have it a lot easier. We can understand the money language. We can be able to speak up about money. We're not apologetic about our ideas. We can be bold and say what we want to say and make sure that our voices are heard. And that was not the issue with other generations. There's very few that had that privilege in the past. So it starts there. It's a cultural thing that we need to unlearn. So it starts by just those nuances about money, not having open conversations about money, not having open conversations about estate planning, which is also preserving now the world that you're creating. So we don't have those conversations open as Africans, and you find that even at home, you only know when the other parent is no longer around that what did he actually leave behind. So that is a very dangerous way of doing things, which we need to unlearn. And it's gonna take different intergenerational dialogues, us conversing about these things and accepting things that we cannot change, and then and also unlearning those that we can unlearn, like having those conversations. There's technology now, information is available, there's so many things. So the view about credit, it comes from that socialization and the relationship with money. And my own description or definition, I always say, and I know it's gonna sound philosophical or others might not agree, but it's okay. I always believe that money has a certain energy with it. And that if you are kind to it, it will be kind towards you. If you are not kind to it, it will show you things. So that's just my observation. And then others will then go and take it a step further and say, money is a spirit. I know it sounds deep, right? Yeah, but it is. That's the energy that it gives. So it starts there. So if people, and you can watch, I've been working on this investment psychology, finance, and understanding the psychology of money. That's when I spend a great deal of time understanding it. I had to unlearn hundreds of things myself personally. I'm still not healed. I'm still unlearning some of them. Probably in the next 10, 15 years, that's when I'll say I've done my part. So it's still it's a culture thing. There's a lot of fundamentals around it and dynamics around it that makes it very difficult. So credit, I think we need to change it, but we need to start unlearning. People build assets using other people's money. So if you have access to credit, you are a hero. Because you managed to access someone's money to build your dream. So it's actually a good thing than a bad thing. I had to learn that by giving myself a hug when I get that credit line to say it's normal, it's okay, because it means I can use this money and pay later. And there's something that I always teach the group that I interact with, the businesses or individual finance and teaching them about their finances and stuff. I always tell them, pay yourself first, even if you pay it back to the business tomorrow, it matters when you go ask for credit. It doesn't, because banks will look at your personal balance sheet. How much does Mutsuzo have in a personal balance sheet? Even if the business is profitable, it's neither here nor there. It's important, but what about you as a home body, as a jockey that this fund wants to bet on, or as a jockey that SEPA wants to bet on, or whoever that is giving you money? It's a very important thing that I've learned over there that I always share it. If you're an entrepreneur, pay yourself, even if you send it back tomorrow to the business, it matters. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks. The other issue I'd like to raise is, if I'm wrong here, maybe I'll be corrected by the audience. Before 94, I don't remember a black university having a degree or a module called investments. Yes, they would give you accounting, but even post 94, I haven't heard much about an investment degree in historically disadvantaged universities. There might be now, I'm not sure, but I haven't really had this. And sometimes people think accounting, learning accounting, you know investments. These are very different things. How do we begin? I mean, I give another example of this. I mean, for many years, I had my auntie here in Soweto that he was in a Stockfell for as long as I've known him. And their Stockfell was one of the big Stockfells here in Soweto. And I mean, as long as I've known him, and I don't remember them taking the Stockfell money and invest it. It gets given to somebody, a bank or someone, to invest on their behalf. I mean, simply because this concept of investment amongst, even very educated black people to understand what exactly it means, what investment exactly, The other day, we were in a call with someone who said, is in the property market, who said the property market in South Africa, its growth last year by X% was only made possible because of township buying and selling of properties. And that there was zero growth in the suburbs or in commercial properties or in those properties. So it means that there were more transactions happening in the township. Can you elaborate, how can we bring investment knowledge, investment cost amongst our people, even the most educated people, who might have studied law or whatever, to basically say that, give yourself some time to learn what investments are. Because I think for 30 years, we've been free. It's one skill we don't know.
Yeah. it's a very interesting question, Chair. I think that the South African context of investment or as a starting is different from the American and Eurozone and all these other jurisdictions. They value decision-making finance. You go to America, anyone who's starting finance, they lean towards what most people would learn in the CFA, chartered financial analyst, rigor, that course that they do, derivatives, equity, fixed income securities, all of those things. So they will learn those as they are embedded on their curriculum. They don't make them to streamline like here at home. It's just the formation of how our education is structured. It starts there. I don't know whether it's a structural issue, but it's how it's structured. Here, if you're doing finance or accounting, that's all that you do, the big four, tax, audit, accounting, management, MANAC and stuff, and then you go to your articles and then you come out, and then if you are lucky, you do the CFA, and then only then you can be certified, or you can do those models, you can do decision making finance. But we more leaning towards the reporting side of finance, which is good. You have to balance them. We're not balanced, we're more on this side than the other side. So I'm agreeing with you, there must be a need, there's a drive that needs to take place where we increase that skill set and make sure that even those that are already skilled on any other field of finance or any other field of whether it's law, because you will have your financial report, you have your legal report, you've got other fields of studies that form part of one bill pack. So all these skill sets, and then you then harness the one. There's also, if you check our credit analysts in South Africa, they will be streamlined to credit and nothing else. If you are doing this, you streamline to this and nothing else. And then I think it's something that we need to make sure that we allow the system as is. Change it. I don't know how long it will take for us to change, but if we try and close the gaps, like you are saying, or maybe connect with institutions of higher learning to say, let's urge this because the market demands this. Because I also think that the skills that we produce must also match with what is being demanded by the market. It mustn't be just the skills that are there and the people are unemployable because they are skilled, but the skills that they have are not the ones that the market needs. And then if you want to drive wealth creation, and when I talk about wealth, people always say, yeah, because your name is not Zozo, which means mother of wealth for those who don't know it's called. So it's more like I'm so leaning towards that. And if you want to drive wealth, you got to condition people when they're still young and teach them about investments and teach them about finance and have these open conversations that used to be very uncomfortable for our parents, but have them and then make sure that they understand what does tax mean, what does it mean to manage what or preserve what you've earned, what does it mean to make sure that you always keep your personal balance sheet in check so that you can be able to use your stuff to access the money, because you are the one putting your business, you are literally the anchor. If the one body is difficult to bet on, that jockey, that business is not going to go anywhere. So it's very, very important. So it's something that we need to start learning and putting in resources around it. So I would really welcome an opportunity whereby we can all come together and collaborate in closing that gap. Sure, thank you.
So here's another macro question. Let me ask you, how many people bank with Capitec? One, two, three, about 3, 4 people bank with Capitec, or about 4.
Everyone is a Capitec account. I'm sure they just don't want to have.
Now, Chair,
Capitec is a new bank. I mean, I use the word new comparatively to others. Others are about 100 years, and Capitec probably 20 plus. And I mean, maybe I ask colleagues here who do investment, CEO, what would be the percentage of Black people's accounts at Capitec? 90%, 99%? What? 95. So Capitec is now almost by market cap the largest bank, right, in the country, and their money comes from Black people. That's basically, these guys saw an opportunity to create a bank of our cousins and sisters and brothers, and today is the largest bank. And if you would have asked somebody maybe who is in, finance or investment about 10 years ago or so, I mean, I'm sure people would have dismissed that. If there's so much money in Black hands, to the extent that a bank that is 90+% where Black people bank becomes number one in the 4 or 5 banks in this country, is there something we do not understand about what is Black capital? If we define what capital, yes, 99% Black accounts or 95%, and this is the money coming out of Black people. Of course, the ownership of this bank are institutions, maybe the pension fund and all of those. I mean, what does this teach us? Maybe we did not understand, or what is it that we need to think about in terms of capital that is a consolidated capital? I mean, is there something we need to learn from this? I mean, I want to juxtapose this with a book written again by, I don't know whether this guy is Afrikaner or English, or Gasonomics, who has analyzed the economy of the townships. What I'm trying to say, Chair, you are sitting as a chair of SEDBA, but also you, in your own business, you work with a lot of companies. Maybe I was saying to a friend of mine, should we maybe set up a gastronomics business school that dedicated to this, or what is there's something we need to learn here, maybe we don't understand. What should we think about when we think about Ghansi economy? I mean, having seen these type of things that
I think it starts, Chair, by understanding the buying power that Africans have, because we are a majority in terms of numbers. So when you look into the volumes, we are many, meaning that when money exchanges hands coming from us as Africans, of course it will be markets and markets of wheat. Even if the other one brings 100, the other one's bringing 100 rands or 200 rands, it doesn't matter, but as a collective, it shows that the story that you've just narrated about Capitec, it's a typical example, or rather a case study that shows that we have power as Africans. Whether
we don't use it.
We don't use it, yeah. That was going to be my next thing. Whether we choose to use it or not, it's up to us. But when it comes to the buying power, we've got that power. And then it begs the question of, I think a lot of people always complain about certain demographics being consumers and others being investors and all of those things. And I'm saying, this is my personal, view, don't quote me. I'm saying, there is an opportunity here. And the opportunity is, if we want to, because now we know, we've seen it, it's proven, it's no longer an idea, it's a fact that the power is there. Then it begs a question, do we want to use this power to create a space for us to do things that speak to us, that address our problems? Because if you know the problem, I mean, I'm from Mount Frere, that is taking a town with small street. We don't have Wi-Fi. ISPs must come visit my hometown. We're not there yet. But the point I'm trying to make is, when I go home, there's certain things I wish I had all the money in the world that I can fix tomorrow, right? Without really doing anything. But I don't have all the money in the world I wish I had. I would have built maybe 2 or 3 streets or whatever. I would have put toilets in the villages. I mean, we've got more than 40 villages in that town, with other towns, small towns around, and then in December you can't even park your car. You've got to leave it somewhere at home or walk or do whatever. But the point I'm trying to make is, there's an opportunity here. All these things that I'm saying, these problems that I can't solve alone as Lotso can be solved by all of us as Africans. Meaning that we've got the power. The choice is within us. Do we want to use it to solve our problems? Or do we want to continue with the status quo and be okay with this, with how things are? Really, I'm provoking the thinking here that there is power, there is case studies, we can do something about it. And another thing that I always tell people, that it is very important to know that sometimes when an economy grows, it grows until a certain stage where it stops, just like anything. And the reason why it stops, it's because there's a need for new demand. There's a need for new innovation. The taste buds have changed. There's a need for things that are exciting and are new, and it's like totally different from the norm. But the challenge is, capital is very traditional. It really doesn't move with the aspirations and desires and innovation. It always lags behind. This is my observation, because I also sit on the other side of the tables when things are approved. You can see the sentiment, you can see the thinking, you can see, and then you can see the innovation is like 100 steps ahead of the capital. And the capital is and I'm like, can someone just smack this capital so that it can run and catch up? That's literally what we are seeing. And it's something that we need to think about. Do we create instruments, or do we create some sort of space? It's something that we're working with the colleagues where I'm from, etc., to say, can we not be traditional, because the environment doesn't allow us to be traditional anymore? Can we understand that there's a development mandate and there's also a commercial mandate? We need to do one. Because if we focus on the commercial, we're leaving the excluded. And I will not sit here as a job said by UK if people from Mount Frere, Mangulo, Sekhukhune, and all these rural areas are not going to be supported. Just because I want to see the bottom line. Of course, I want to see the bottom line for the institution to be able to sustain itself. But I also want to see the development impact moving with the commercial. So you strike a balance, because you have a mandate. You can't leave those that they have not and want to propel the heads. They already tasted capital, they can go knock elsewhere if our capital is not their appetite. So it's that simple. Then it begs the question, Chair, that do we then come together with that power and do something about it? Or are we going to just let the capital follow the innovation and then that's it, and we're fine with that? I refuse, and I think if those who are refusing are joining me to say, and because you bring in this conversation, to life. And it's a great conversation that is needed. And we must then provoke our thinking, we must provoke our ways of doing things. That's why I said on Tuesday, we are humans first before we are anything. That should never be. Because when people forget who they are, even their actions and their conditioning and their psyche gets lost in the list of things. So if we circle back to us, all the answers that we need are within ourselves. No one is going to come and give us answers. We have them, we've been having them for decades. The question is, who wants to start? You started and we've joined you. Can others join us? Thank you.
Thanks. Just to conclude, Chair, I want to hear your opinion. I think I counted how many times you used the word innovate. Very great. It's one of the scholars in our home. We talk about Sheikh Chris. Yes, quite very interesting, models of looking at innovation, disruptive way, and whether you catch a little bit or whether you truly innovate by going into something that no one has done. I think coming back to SITBI, to basically say that, this is just me putting a message to you, your colleagues, etc. That our GDP as a country is about 7 trillion, right? The market cap of Johannesburg Stock Exchange is 21 trillion. When you look at that GDP and you sort of slice it, there's something called purchase power parity. So of the GDP of 7 trillion, right? In fact, purchase power parity, basically, it's about 18 trillion. 18 trillion. Now, if you dissect that PPP, that is 18 trillion, again, it goes back to that aspect of purchasing, and the numbers of people we have. Whether you talk about China, whether you talk about India, whether you talk about these countries that have huge population, is that population that is power that, because they say, we have this population and this is the buying power they have. But where I'm getting to is the understanding by us, both entrepreneurs and the institutions, of what actually is the market and the size of SME and the opportunities. I want to throw something with you is the following, that if you look at the market, we have JSE, there are guys in Cape Town who have started an exchange, there's an out exchange, yeah. And one of the things we do a lot is, we work in the crypto research environment where we try and understand, that area. I would truly maybe advise SITBA to consider maybe building investment platform. That, for instance, if you have money from government, that if you can list the paper, you list the bond that says that, if you look at the enterprise development, if you calculate that enterprise development as a percentage of GDP, you can actually size it as to how much it is.
then there's a group of companies that have been born in our country, which are doing what is called to go to big companies and say, I'll manage your enterprise development. I'm sure you know this company that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, in your position of what you have done as an organization, maybe you need to think about how you could build a paper that could be listed and say, you know, there's an equivalent of enterprise development. If a company buys this share, and say to government, the company buys the share of an equivalent amount, and then that share then gets deployed to yourselves to go into institutions like a credit fund or others to invest that money, basically. Now, let me sort of unpack what I'm saying is that, so government writes a policy that says there should be BEE, and it's broken down 5 or 6 times. And that you have to employ black and women, you have to employ disadvantaged people or disabled people, and you have to invest in SMEs, right? We want to see you invest in SMEs. And we know shenanigans that happen there, you know, whether they do it, others they don't, you know. We all know. If you know the government and say, because you do this as your legal mandate, and say, instead of government to have that clause for SME funding, whoever wants to do this can invest in this JSE listed entity. And that JSE listed entity, it then works with you to deploy the capital, which then basically that company gets full score. So in essence, what I'm saying is that there are companies who do that now. They go to big companies, they go to Anglo, they go to whoever, and say, let me manage your ESG, and you will get points. And some of the things that we studied here with our colleagues is really quite weird, that whereby, I mean, the way they extend that money to that SME, they extend it as a loan. And a permanent loan that the scoring will be given to that big company. If you do that, you could have a listed asset that's probably, you know, maybe would be 5% of GDP. If that thing is, I don't know what, I mean, is it about 2%? What is that money that you have to invest in SME as a percentage of your, what percentage is it, Tim? Is it 2%? So in essence, you could have 2% of GDP. And if you have 2% of GDP, what is 2% of 7 trillion? So it's transparent because it's listed, right? And where that money gets invested, right? Where the money gets invested, it's all transparent because it's a listed thing. Right? It's a similar thing. I mean, a government bond, people subscribe to it in the JSE. Am I correct? So, and people prefer to buy that bond because, yes, and the government bond is listed, and therefore that's how government funds. What I'm saying is that if we do that and say, instead for your 2%, you invest here, then you go and get full scope. It's a listed asset, and that listed asset then works with SIFA, and you then are the implementing agent to deploy that capital, but you report in JSE as to where the capital is from.
That's what I'm trying to suggest.
I actually love that idea, Chair, of a bank, especially with the SME space, the bond, and the SME bond. I mean, there's a lot of innovation around finance nowadays that you can tokenize, you can do so many things in financing small businesses. The challenge we see now, I think it's things that can be resolved really by the people that are above us, that can wrap their heads around it, is because SEPA has a mandate of the MSME mandate to SEPA. But there's other activities around small business, everyone has to do something around small business, so that is not coordinated, which then kind of like dilutes the aggregation if one were to collate the data of everyone else that is doing something around that space. That's why one of our mandates is to coordinate the ecosystem so that we can have sight of how much of this money that is floating in the SME economy, let me call it an SME economy, and we don't coordinate, not, you can't use that, but it's something, I'm trying to make this example. The sector rather, you find that there's so many money that is floating. Someone is doing something in funding SMEs, but it's not coordinated. SEPA has its own money that is capitalized by the government or annual report is public, everyone can see the numbers. And someone is doing something else. Some of the private enterprise development service providers or PSPs that are out there managing this money that we're talking about, they're actually way bigger than SEPA from the surface in terms of the money that they're collecting from all these chip companies. And then they start doing the work their way because it's private sector. There is no government intervention in that space. So, also another issue that I'm seeing is a mandate creep within the state itself, meaning that there's SEPA, there's other smaller TFIs, provincial TFIs, everyone doing something. So if we were to coordinate all this effort and maybe have a central repository, because we don't have one right now, like countries like Australia, Canada, all these countries, you go, there's a central repository, everyone can see who's doing what and what in this space. We don't have that in South Africa. And something that I've been saying for the past 7 years, I think, every platform I get, I always talk about it, but we don't have it. And now that we're here and we're trying, and we've just managed, we can't just load everything at once, but it's in the pipeline of the things that maybe we should consider as we coordinate the ecosystem, then eventually when you've collected the data, you can start creating that repository. It helps because you then know the flow of money in the space. But right now we're not there yet, but something that we can do. But another thing, policy coherence. The BE policy sits with another department. SME development policies and everything that has to do that sits with another department. And then there's treasury, there's other structures. So if we were to create something like that for the small businesses of South Africa, we were to then create a coordination at the top, whereby in terms of the reporting, who does what and how and when, and who controls what and how and where, and then if they can get that coordination at the top, which then us as implementing agencies, it's easier when the coordination is done at the top. Then the information cascades down, then it's easier to run with that universal mandates that cuts across different departments. Because if you've got this policy and the other one is sitting there, there's incoherence and you're not going to achieve a coordinated effort in solving a problem because this one is running with that and this one is running with that and this one is running with that. So this silo, the way our solutions are structured are so silo in nature, which then misses an opportunity for a greater impact because our 2 billion at SEPA, for example, or whatever amount that we have is not going to be enough to give us the impact. 1 billion, if you are in a development fund, 1 billion allows you to help assist between 4,000 and 8,000 small businesses. It precedes it. because it's very expensive. That's where the innovative is. So if you wanna push the economy, you wanna really, really make it a point that you wanna create these jobs, you wanna push the SMEs, it means the budget for small businesses must be more. Because you wanna make that impact. If 1 billion can only solve 8,000 small businesses and our budget is not even 100 billion, then the question is that we're not gonna achieve all the things that we want to achieve if we don't create that capitalization and be intentional about it for that particular mandate to thrive. Otherwise, we're still gonna be just doing whatever. We don't have a bottomless kitty, and MSMEs need money every day. As an entrepreneur sitting here, I need money right now, and I'm sure my colleagues also need money right now. So we need money. Thank you.
Well, I think we'll end it here, just to say thank you very much for
Okay, can we take the three first in hands? Okay, I see Zan Abraham. Okay, it looks like we just have one question.
Oh.
Good afternoon. My name is Adira Tafiemi. I stand here both as an entrepreneur, but I'm leader of civil society as well. I currently chair the young professionals of the Black Management Forum, USAP, and also run a digital marketing and communications agency. I stand here firstly to thank you for such an insightful discussion, but also perhaps to add, which might also lead to a question, what Dr. Tata was raising earlier with regards to our view of credit as entrepreneurs. I think one of the things, and thank you for the whole mentality aspect, the first thing is that for us, one, it's how we condition it is, because we've seen Iyala, your mom will take the credit from Lewis, and then when she's not able to pay, everything is taken, just making an example, right? And so that's one of the fears that we have as entrepreneurs, especially because when it comes to, especially in the tech space, when it comes to how our sales are done, right? We struggle a lot in terms of closing and recovering sales from clients. So clients pay after 60 days, after 90 days, 180 days, depending who your client is. And so if you've got a creditor that is expecting payment too, then for us it becomes a concern, which is why entrepreneurs lean towards grants. It's not to say that we don't understand the value of credit. It's just that currently, when we're setting the small businesses especially, we are the last people to get paid. And so then it becomes a concern. And I guess that's what I wanted to raise. I really wanted to raise that aspect to say that it's fear-based because we don't want to lose our businesses, because they will be taken to court. Both yourself and the business now going to court, you start losing things that you were accruing and building. So I just wanted to raise that point. Thank you for that. I think bridging finance is a thing for small businesses. We've got to be intentional about that, and of course using technology to make sure that the turnaround time are quick. And it's something that we are working on with different partners. Thanks.
Let me just add here. Very, very good question. We will, I don't want to, preempt some things that will bring to market to solve that problem. And just, I would say, watch the space. I mean, some products is coming to exactly address that late payment of mid-size and small companies. We know the problem and we have thought about the solution. And I'm promoted by talk about it here. It will be up, and then, but I just want to say, watch the space. We'll definitely see something we're looking at. at the right time. We will not too far, we will publicly talk about it. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Happy Galvin, and I'm not sure which hat I should be saying I'm wearing this afternoon, but maybe I'll make it easier and just say maybe I'm wearing the ABSA hat. I've read about some other bank that has got a market cap, what, but I'm with ABSA Corporate and Investment Banking, where I'm a director in a division of CIB that's called Growth Capital Solutions, where we provide acquisition finance to big entities as well as also growth capital solutions within the bank. I think I just want to pick up on 2 points that were made, slightly unrelated points, but I just wanted to clarify on the other one regarding the 2% ESD funding, and to mention that it is already happening. For example, at ABSA, we have a division of the bank that works with big corporates where they collect this 2%, and this 2% is managed in the bank. However, it is managed outside of the bank's balance sheet. So what that means is that if you've got a contract, say with Heineken, when they're supplying something, you go to Heineken, you secure your contract, Heineken will tell you that, okay, we've got a whole lot of funds that are with ABSA, go to ABSA to secure the funding. And then what this team will do then is that they will then use the funds that were, that are placed with the bank, that were placed by Heineken specifically. And I know that the bank is discussing with SIFA, and I'm looking at the CEO here. We are discussing with SIFA that, how do we collaborate and work together, on this mission. So I think, as I said, I just wanted to make a point that it is already happening. We know the JSE is very expensive as a structure where you can manage the capital. So I think it can be done, cheaply with the banks, but also, the regulations in the country, around, private capital, and private equity. They've also made it slightly easier for well-regulated structures, such as, the foundations, partners and other structures to also manage these funds. I know there's a lady, her name is Paul of IDF, I think. They're also doing the same thing, yeah. So that's the one point. And then I wanted to just maybe talk about the point on credit, being expensive. I always say that when you're in the technology space, it's actually a double sword, right? Because, and I may be fired for saying this, but the truth is that, as the banks, we still do not understand the business models in technology. So you want me to take $20 million or rands to give it to someone who's sitting somewhere in the basement with a computer as the only asset, and somehow I need to put this in a financial model, I need to put this in my credit matrix to the banks. No, it's just not possible. And you would think that this is a problem with SMEs or smaller businesses in the tech space. No, I could be sitting today and, Datacentrics is approaching me for a $1 billion facility, and it's some app. No, it's just not, we are not yet built to think that way. So you think about it, you're an SME, you are in tech. No, it is really, really difficult. And what that does is that then by the time an SME that is paying in the tech space is approaching the bank, that debt is actually priced extremely, extremely expensive. So for me, tech funds like these,
they really are a very, very important bridge that will see the success of this sector and the growth really, or rather realizing the growth, and that really exists in this place, in this space. And I really, would, implore that institutions like the CIFA, like the PIC, and the others, that they should be supporting more and more, tech funds. Because we need the tech funds, to de-risk this, somewhat initiative of, at an early stage, so that when we come as a bank, I've seen the 3-year financials, I've seen, the business has been de-risked, then we can pick up on the funding to scale. So, congratulations on the launch of this fund. And yes, I look forward to engaging with all of you at some point, with the country's most important bank, which is ABSA. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I really, let me pick up on the 2%, which is great what you are doing as ABSA. But I was looking at it as a 2% of the economy, the turnover of the economy, basically. To basically say that if you, the challenge we're having is there's no overall measurement of that 2% of the turnover of the economy as to, is it growing? If it's 2% of the economy that's going into that, right? What is growth per annum of that 2%? Or those businesses that are born out of that, are they now, are they now, for instance, worth X, if you look at them collectively, or is that money a tick box type thing that gets done? I'm just saying, colleagues, 2% of the turnover of the economy is a huge amount of money. But if it is treated in small individual, way, unlike if we were, what I'm saying is the following. I don't know how ABSA, yes, it's not in your balance sheet, but I'm sure you invest if you had interest in it at some point. But you almost, that interest gets plowed into that. But if you take that 2% and put it in the pool and invest it, and also then keep funding smaller companies, that would be one of the largest capital pools in the country. This is what I'm saying. But if we treat it as, oh, I've got a B score, I have to, and some of the people I've seen it in companies, they have to rush to put this money somewhere because they're being measured by the BE rating company. Quick, when you put this money, find something to do it, and then it's spent. There's an evidence of it that has been spent, and then to say to the rating agency, you have to rate us at this point because we have fulfilled this. That's what is happening to us. And I'm saying, if you take all of that 2% of the turnover of the economy and put it in invest, and then people access it as a pool, then where the citizens and others are managing that access, the same thing that we are doing as ABSA, I think the return on that money would really be extremely large. And I come back to the issue that says, why must we, on matters that are disrespectful, we have to deal with, each company has to do this. This country is coming up of mutual funds. It's a mutual fund that I'm talking about. Forget about these companies that look like this now.
But when they started after 1948, they created mutual funds. And those mutual funds are the ones that built a number of institutions that we know in this country. I'm saying, is that innovation and the ability for us to convince those who write laws and regulations in the way they can structure how these pools of capital can be done. I mean, that's basically my small piece of. But again, just to thank you, Chair, and to thank everybody really for maybe just closing words. I'll hand over the mic to you, but thank everybody for being joining us this afternoon, and thank Pramod, and thank everybody online really for really joining and spending time with us. Okay. I think Pramod is very clear that this type of conversation we need to discuss how we continue next year, maybe in a different format, but it's a conversation. For me, of bringing the likes of SICOM and the likes of, COMSOL, maybe we should bring Massive, DFA, and all of these guys to be in a panel together with you guys to discuss this issue, all say, in platforms like this, as to how can it be solved, how that price can be solved. So I think we have some more work to do. I think that lesson has taught us. We will continue to work with your colleagues and maybe how we format this next year in a way of one addressing that creditors late payment and wholesale issues. But we've learned a lot from you. I just want to say thank you. Let me hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Also, like to send a shout out to my CEO. Yeah, thank you. And the team, Hilton, where are you? Thank you, Brandane. Please, thank you. You've made us proud, and it's one of many. I'm sure we're working tirelessly to try and explain that first in strategic sectors. So hoping, Jay, that we can finish this and then come more investors because we put in the first side. Even those that wouldn't touch this opportunity, now it's there.
Right.
Yeah, then that's good to see because people come in when a seed has been plowed. So looking forward to seeing some fruits, success stories and all of that. But yeah, it's great, and thank you very much to yourselves. You so far you've been an incredible partner, and hopefully we're going to keep that relationship moving forward. And thanks to the colleagues here for listening to this robust and unorthodox conversation, and to those that are online, thank you for listening. Thank you.
So the one thing, remember, Ramon said this is the website of the credit fund. I mean, you can go in here and apply and put in all the data, and the system does credit scoring itself automatically. Again, what Pramod said, this has not been built by anyone, it's been built by an agent. We instructed an agent and said, look, we're building this, credit platform. I mean, can you do ABC? Build this. There's a huge engine at the back. It will do analytics of scoring, when you submit your business plan, your 3-year annual financial statements. The agent does all the analytics. It does all the valuation of your business. It collects all the information. I mean, 2 guys who are here, team there, they just monitor this as analysts, and they basically just let it run on itself. So, I mean, Pramod and I, we went to one of the audit firms, EY, to do some valuation models for us in some company. It did some valuation models. We take those same valuation models, so same valuation, we plug it into this, I mean, and then that valuation process was what, a month or two, the way they were doing it, it did, the same platform, it came up with a number by running valuations on itself within minutes. Within minutes. So I'm just saying that I know this thing, it looks a bit, weird and theoretical, but it's real. I mean, so all of this, basically, you put in and apply and it runs itself, it provides all the data. So we're using AI at the back to provide analytics and be able to say, once you put how much turnover you're making, what are you doing, and all of that, how many clients you have, etc. It runs on itself, and then it provides us with an answer. And as to, whether, for instance, how much capital you can take in your balance sheet and all of this. So this is what we do. And I mean, in the olden days, you would employ probably, 16 people to come and do this. I mean, these days, AI does this on itself, purely give it instruction, and then it comes back and tells us. I mean, this is what the banks do today, in fact, in some of the, when they do valuations. But let me stop here, and again, thank you very much again for this. We really appreciate it. Is it time for drinks now? Or, oh, yes, they say it's time for drinks, and we invite you to have some drinks with us, and then we truly appreciate it. I'm sure there are drinks in all other 9 provinces, right? Drinks all have been organized, yes, I know. And please enjoy yourselves and all the other locations where you are. We will appreciate that you've taken Friday afternoon and come and spend time. Thank you.